Once set up, traditionally, the experimenter is distinct from
The devil can't be like that.
They can influence the experiment by adjusting the temperature or magnetic field, but they are just an observer, part of what is being experimented.
Just getting over that one hump, huh?
Everett realized, however, that this cannot be correct. The experiment is made of electrons and nuclei,
Unbelief.
each described by individual wave functions. In terms of quantum mechanics, this experiment is a superposition of all its wave functions. And so is the experimenter. To fully describe the laboratory, we need to consider the superposition of
even just being,
and experimenter,
which is what religious people are nowadays, in my opinion,
of all the particles within.
agnostic.
The experimenter is now coupled to the experiment through superposition. Where is the collapse?
No, I'm Gnostic.
The problems only get
I'm a
worse
Christian,
from here.
right?
Everett realized that the experimental laboratory is not isolated, but is part of the
But I'm more than that. Because one
total
religion.
wave function,
One religion.
universal
That we
wave
cut apart,
function should encode
Tower
the
Babel
properties
style.
of every particle in the universe. Within this universal wave function is all of the particles that make up you.
We don't even
as
fucking
in
know it, do we?
quantum mechanics, the Schrödinger equation churns the universal wave function into the future. But if this is the case, where has the probability?
So what if you have the center of the flower?
Mechanics gone.
You need every petal to complete it.
The universal wave function encodes more.
The perennial flower.
Our universe. It also encodes all of the possible universes as a superposition of universal wave functions. Within these universes, an electron would be in a supposition of two states, but the act of observing the electron severs this supposition. The coherence between nearby universes is broken by the observation, and all the universes...
I ain't talking about the rest, and they want me to get all smart. Like, can I? Yeah, I have before, basically.
In some universes, the electron is found to be definitively in state A.
From my point of view, dude. Well, who the fuck are you guys? Oh, your big numbers and all your bullshit. I'm like, okay. Well, guess what?
In some universes, measure the electron in A, and you in other universes measure the electron.
There's not really any boundaries.
Effectively,
no, they're fake. They're in our minds.
Become distinct within the universal wave function, and this would happen.
That's from the guy himself, who sets those boundaries.
At every quantum interaction. Every probabilistic outcome in quantum mechanics is played out within the superposition of a universal wave function.
The Son of God.
Individual universes with distinct futures crystallize out of the ultimate superposition. In many worlds theory, the other universes are just...
No, it's an illusion. It's fake.
And in some of them, there are other versions of you.
But they're real, because the ego's real. So clearly there are boundaries.
Other versions of you are almost identical to the one you are experiencing. But in another universe, somewhat more distant in the mix and distinctly separated from our own, you are very different. In others...
But there's one thing at the end of the day.
This feels very much like the level 1 multiverse we encountered earlier, with parallel worlds playing out.
We're all within one thing.
In reality, in the level 3 multiverse, every branching universe can be its own level 1 multiverse.
Of existence.
Even level 2. Infinities upon infinities, and more worlds beyond worlds. From Young's seemingly simple double-slit experiment
has never even really been born yet. From that perspective, that offensive to you? Almost, huh?
Of the wave function, we have ended up with an endless sea of parallel universes. Some physicists...
What did he make it out of?
...worlds out of hand, calling it exceedingly wasteful. Nobel Prize winner Gerhard de Dooft went as far as to say...
Himself, yeah, that too, but another
only there because
who gave birth to him.
Decide which of them is real. And indeed, Everett's insights were largely ignored during his lifetime. After receiving the cold shoulder...
And I fucking know it, man. I know what it says. I know what it says.
Himself, he left physics after completing his PhD.
In person, I probably won't... Maybe it wouldn't be a point I died on, huh?
At the age of just 51. But his ideas resonated with a new generation.
You're really thinking crucifixion for that heresy.
In recent years. To some, many worlds represents the only realistic solution to the various interpretations of quantum mechanics, the only way to truly follow the science and explain wave function collapse. But there are still questions, not least of all, consciousness. What happens to the you that makes you as individual universes diverge? Are there two distinct versions of
Would I go to hell for that?
functioning
I know I
imprinted
wouldn't.
with
No,
the
Christ
minds
already
and
told me.
experiences before
That's
the
okay.
split? It is in such exciting playgrounds that philosophers love to play.
We'll find out.
Have a coin, a perfectly fair coin.
One of these days, huh?
Equal chances of coming up heads or tails. The stakes on flipping this coin.
We'll flip a coin.
Tails, you are executed.
When that gate comes.
Survive. As the coin spins in the air, you know that the outcome.
It's already gotten way out of control. Trust me, trust me, and trust
the
me.
coin lands and settles on heads. You sigh with relief. But you are instructed to toss the coin again.
I'll either be in heaven
and again,
or I'll still be here.
You realize this is a game you are bound to lose. You would have to be extremely lucky to keep getting heads on every throw, and so your execution awaits. This is what you ultimately face with the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics.
I've already died in the cell, guys.
Worlds, however,
and I fucking know it.
The universe splits in two. In one universe, the coin came up heads and you survived. In the other universe, the coin came up tails and you died. And on the second toss, the universe split again into one universe in which you live, another in which you're executed. The lucky path of a continuous run of heads will exist through the superposition of possible universes. One future history will guarantee eternal survival. What would the coin tosser experience? Will they find themselves on the lucky, immortal path? Given the mysteries of consciousness, nobody knows. It may seem that we have come to the end of our exploration of multiverse ideas. What possibly could contain more than the ultimate universe? Superposition of all possible universes. To get to this point, we have already rid ourselves of the usual understanding of reality. We've had to consider parallel worlds beyond our own, vast, nested infinities stretching out beyond eternity. But to arrive at the next step, we will have to completely and utterly.
There's a mother and a father,
level 4 multiverse,
and the Trinity
we may
is
be
three
little more
separate
than a mathematical dream.
Males with wives.
What is reality? As you look around, it seems obvious.
And all the angels
are surrounded by
stuff, married to
some solid, some liquid, and some as ethereal as the
equal in power, male and female, up there.
Is an illusion.
And down there too, turns out.
It is all made of atoms combined into various molecules, and we can strip back reality even further. Atoms can be
that too sometimes, huh?
Pieces, particles such as electrons and quarks. Do these fundamental particles represent the purest representation of reality? Not
it's
quite.
still kind of pantheistic in a way.
Include the ways these particles interact through the fundamental forces.
So I'm like, okay.
Of course, all this.
There he is, and there she is. Huh? Just like that.
Numbers and equations that describe reality. But where do the rules of reality exist? This might seem like a very strange question. Where could these rules, written in the language of mathematics, exist?
No, I understand that.
It is now that we arrive at max Tegmarks, level 4 multiverse.
When a message comes through.
This multiverse is filled with
the first time in a long fucking time. No, long fucking time. In a long fucking time.
Realm of possibility. These mathematical structures can encode every kind of universe. Within this level 4 multiverse, every other multiverse can be.
Is that true? Almost not, though.
It is the ultimate ensemble of every kind of reality.
And you're just stuck in your ways to hear it.
Much more. Indeed, this theory bears a lot of similarities to the simulation hypothesis, that our reality is nothing more than a super powerful program on a computer in.
So I agree with people on everything, except for a few points, which are a big deal, turns out.
But the level 4 multiverse Max Tegmark proposes would be more than just a physical computer. It would be an existence of just math.
I just feel like they try to keep it too simple.
And so,
Occam's razor
at the edge of speculation
does not work.
After speculation, theoretical reach after theoretical reach.
It's never, ever, 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 ever the simplest explanation.
We started our journey by peering over the horizon and wondering what was beyond. We now find ourselves gazing at the meaning of reality and questioning our very existence. What is clear is that the multiverse is not a single concept. It is more a grab bag.
Even when it seemingly is,
built on solid science,
which does happen,
almost science fiction.
It never fucking is.
Our exploration, a word of caution. Discussions of the multiverse in the public arena often end in shouting matches. For some physicists, the multiverse seems inevitable. Ideas like eternal inflation are simply too alluring to be wrong. Other physicists are certain they are on the right path with M theory and the existence.
I don't know, guys. Maybe we are just sexist sometimes. You ever thought of that? I mean, no fucking well, right? I told you I'm conservative. In the beginning, yeah, Eve was more powerful than Adam. In a way, guys. Why did he got him to do it? He was like, hey, dude, no, listen to me. Here's what I got. He's like, well, for one, I could kick your fucking ass. See, it was like that back in the day. Almost.
Theory landscape. Even the seemingly simple idea of wondering about dark energy and our cosmic horizon implies some kind of multiverse. But some still vehemently oppose the notion. To them, talking about multiverses that are forever beyond our grasp is unscientific.
An ancient chant.
Ideas, they tell us, are only scientific if they are amenable
to scientific
scrutiny, and therefore parallel universes that will never be visible to telescopes.
In many ways, the better of the pair.
Be struck from science.
Even if
neither side holds the scientific high ground. In reality, our multiverse ideas are
she may have fell for a beast somewhere in time
to truly question their scientific validity. Some of the foundational mathematics might be in place, but so many mysteries still abound. Questions like how universes crystallized out of eternal inflation remain unanswered. String theory is hugely popular, but has no definitive proof behind it. The many worlds of quantum mechanics has some passionate backers, but remains just an interpretation. And Tegmark's mathematical structures of the level 4 multiverse are little
no offense to those other guys.
But none of this means that the multiverse will be forever off limits.
But that was a harder story than you think.
With enough mathematical effort, we might find a crack into parallel worlds. We might find complex space-time structures akin to the idea of wormholes that will bring the seemingly unseeable into sight. Some have suggested that patterns may be written into the sky in the cosmic microwave background. These, they claim, might be the scars of universal collisions in the many dimensions of M theory. The cosmic microwave background could also.
Yeah, but no, I'm a channeler. Yeah, I'm a channeler. No, I mean, I'm borrowing your soul.
Or simply too large for us to see the.
But I'm listening to your content. Yeah, your content.
But for now,
a little secular for me.
Evidence of these alternate worlds,
but it helps me expand my mind.
Than wishful thinking.
So I'm just like, okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. No, that's right. That's right. And that's right too. But that's right. That's right. And that's right too.
If the multiverse will ever be spied through our telescopes or
just borrowing your mind
in our laboratories. In reality, the multiverse may be forever hidden within the fog.
Doing it on camera because I could get killed, and I know.
The entire history of the universe. Don't forget to like and subscribe and leave a comment to tell us what you think. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
$619 Garfield in that clock. Oh, I got 718 in that. Perfect. No, perfect. It's a perfect.
Today, we think of gravity as a force, one of the 4 primary forces in our universe. In the future, however, we may see it not just as a force of nature, but a tool for humanity to forge an awesome destiny.
The fucking house cats, they won. They won.
A couple months back, we explored how gravity could be used for
My fucking heart, forever. No, forever.
From modern
The coolest thing on this side, the coolest thing on the other side, fucking house cats. And I know it. I know it.
One category of technology that could benefit from advanced control over gravity. Today, I thought we'd dive into some of the other possibilities.
Dogs,
Everything from its
basically
role in
number two,
material
almost.
planets to its impact on construction.
But I've met a swine or two.
Both in terms of the building process and the structures themselves.
More like that.
We'll also examine how gravity might enable us to settle giant planets or small moons, create or mine stars, manipulate time.
All right, birds, all right, frogs, all right, y'all creepy crawlies.
After all, gravity plays a crucial role in weapon performance.
Your four-legged beasts, your two-legged beasts too.
Planets. But
I can pick favorites for now.
Ship applications, as gravity isn't just useful for moving your ship. Probably the best known use of gravity technology in science fiction is essentially to create.
God does seemingly sometimes, and I don't know why.
People live at war. Ironically, this is perhaps the least essential.
Pig's favorites.
As it can already
Seemingly.
simulate gravity through spin or rotation. While large rotating sections are necessary for artificial ecosystems, a habitation drum or ring doesn't need to take up much space on a ship. Plus,
And sometimes, yeah, they're total fucking pricks.
spinning on its axis offers
They go crazy
protection
for several
since
years
the
often.
sides won't hit the same spot repeatedly due to the rotation, making it harder for an enemy to pound away at a chink in your
Wretched men and
The
women.
concept of artificial gravity in space.
Just come around one day like, holy shit.
Practical filmmaking.
I know God.
You can't simply turn off Earth's
And
gravity
her as well.
for filming. Pre-CGI models of spaceships also required simpler, static designs, where moving parts were not feasible. However,
Nope, that's them on repeat. I told you that. Like the Piranha Cedars.
For instance, with precise control, different areas of a ship could feature varying gravitational conditions. You might have high gravity calisthenic gyms or low gravity acrobatic arenas. Gravity levels could be adjusted in a single room as easily as adjusting a thermostat, a gravastat, if you will, or even with the casual simplicity of a dimmer switch for lights. Beyond intensity, you could also control the direction of gravity, enabling rooms where every wall and the ceiling had gravity, maximizing usable space. This raises intriguing possibilities about how gravity might be generated. Would it create a large sphere of gravitational pull, akin to a massive object, where force diminishes with the square of distance? Or would it shape a gravitational field around the entire ship?
What's your technology, man?
To the bottom of the vessel.
No, what's your secret, dude?
If you found out
I'm not trying to steal from you. You try to steal from me?
Which might have dozens or even
Did you?
hundreds of decks. Would you
What?
plummet to your death at high speed, or would gravity flicker on and off as you pass between floors, each generating its own field? If the former is true, then why limit ourselves to elevator shafts? We could
You stole that, huh? The laser thing.
Where projectiles
I wonder for a minute.
the length of the
It's a
tube,
long story,
powered
too,
by
turns out.
gravity instead of chemical explosions or electromagnetic linear motors. There was an enormous fictional ship called McCragg's Honor in the novel No Fear by Dan Abnett, a Gloriana-class battleship described with various loose size estimates. A commonly accepted scale is about 20 miles long and 52 miles wide.
No.
Roughly 32 kilometers by
He's
8
not alive.
kilometers in each dimension.
Bob
It's
Laser.
hard to estimate the number of decks, especially since the ship was built to accommodate genetically engineered giants over 2 meters tall. However, assuming an average deck height of 5 meters, the ship would have around 1,600 decks.
See,
There
the
was
dude
a
is still
memorable
under.
scene where the ship's bridge is
Seemingly
blown
severe
out into
hypnosis,
space,
And he
taking
believes
its
everything he
master and
says.
commander
It
with
was
it.
actually
Everyone
more than
seems
that,
to be
and more than
dead,
that,
but
and more than that,
thankfully,
too.
borderline demigod
He kinda
status
knows
through
that.
Extreme genetic engineering, and the ship retaining a small atmosphere held in place by its artificial gravity. He managed to reach an airlock and re-enter the ship to continue the battle.
Well, back
against
then,
treacherous
it was actually
aliens
easier
and its flagship.
to erase somebody from history, pretty
It's
much.
a fun novel, but some readers objected to the idea that the ship could retain the atmosphere through its own gravity. They are correct that even a solid metallic asteroid of that size wouldn't have enough gravity to hold an atmosphere, and ships are far less dense as they are mostly hollow. However,
You know,
if
it's
the
not
ship
a lot.
is
It's not
equipped
like
with
this
an
is really
advanced
government like
artificial
that,
gravity
more private than you
system
think.
with Earth-like gravity on its decks, it's not surprising
Fucking
this
top
gravity might
secret,
leak.
top secret,
And
top
the ship
secret.
shields the fact that it was parked in
They're
the
making
planet's upper
dough.
atmosphere at the time, and the scenario becomes more plausible. I thought a lot about that scene over the years and even incorporated similar ideas into the juggernaut scale ships for a video game project I worked on years ago, Hades 9. Though the game was sadly never completed, we
I
still
fucking know
used
it.
footage from it. Our designs feature ships of a similar Gloriana-class scale with hundreds of thousands or even millions of crew members set in a post-apocalyptic dystopia. These ships had main guns miles long, and their immense scale included cracks and crevices
64,
that spanned
Garfield.
hundreds of meters wide and kilometers long. Entire
I
unintentional
love you.
ecosystems
Are you hungry yet?
in these spaces
Your bowl guy.
sustained by air and water leaking from the ship and held in place by artificial gravity. Gun ports, in particular, were key areas where gravity manipulation was used to launch projectiles.
See,
These
Garfield,
massive weapons relied on
you
gravity
probably could get
capsules
fat
to
this way, but
store
probably
and
not
use
you,
energy.
because
And
you're
the
like
sheer
me.
size of the ships meant gun crews were like small towns, living near or even on the colossal guns themselves. This highlights something I always find fascinating when contemplating advanced technology, whether
Lucky.
it's serious discussions or science
Genetically,
fiction, the secondary and unexpected
Even though and even
effects of technology.
but you'd be
For
surprised.
instance, artificial gravity could be used not just for crew comfort, but also to accelerate projectiles. This might apply to giant ship-mounted weapons, vehicle-mounted guns, or even personal sidearms. As I recall, the Mass Effect video game franchise uses this concept for its weapons. If artificial gravity works for weapons, why not for body armor? Sci-fi often depicts anti-gravity suspensors or massive power armor, but rarely combines the two. Imagine a nightlight warrior encased in tons of metal, able to charge freely not because of pistons, servos, or synthetic muscle fibers, but because artificial gravity or reduced inertial mass makes the suit lighter and easier to move. Mass itself seems to have three distinct effects. It resists being pushed or pulled, inertial mass. It's put on by other masses, passive gravitational mass, and exerts a pull on other masses, active gravitational mass. Normally, walking around in low gravity while wearing a massive spacesuit is exhausting because while the suit isn't heavy, its inertial mass still resists movement. Ships capable of manipulating inertial mass would have an easier time moving themselves. This idea is often implied in science fiction with artificial gravity systems. Otherwise, when the captain orders take us to half force or take us to half light speed, we would expect the crew to be squished against the bulkheads by the sudden acceleration. For example, accelerating to half the speed of light in 1 second would require approximately 15 million Gs of acceleration. Thousands of times more than would instantly kill a person under normal conditions. Just as importantly, if you can control gravity, you can change directions more easily without flinging the crew around. Otherwise, when two ships fly past each other at a decent fraction of light speed, firing broadsides, and one attempts to swing around for a second attack run, it would need to spend months accelerating at high speed to make that maneuver, leaving the crew glued to one wall of their ship. Gravity technologies also open up new defensive possibilities, in addition to applications in weapons and propulsion. For instance, a gravity beam, laser, or spotlight could serve as a tractor beam or a mechanism for launching fighters. It could also be used to manipulate large chunks of metal.
No, you're seeing right,
miles from the ship as a
that
shield.
fucking Batman movie
These metal barriers could absorb damage.
where the mutants are all bastards and they all turn to Batman's side, they'll turn fucking powerful.
You and the shield, rather than ricocheting around inside your ship, as it would if it pierced your armor. Something like this might work for defense on small-scale vehicles or body armor too.
My little cat man.
But that's not the only way gravity technology, or grav tech, could enhance defense for ships, planets, or individuals. Imagine if you had a weak, fluctuating gravity.
Dark Knight Rises or something like that. No, that's the movie. Dark Knight Returns. Yeah, it's the cartoon. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Function, it might even push bullets aside or slow them down. Gravity also affects energy. Light blue shifts gains energy as it falls into a gravity well, just as objects like bullets speed up.
No, straight up, it's better movies.
Field could reverse
even though it even is.
Shifting light to weaker frequencies. Or
no, the animated ones.
Projectiles.
Often.
This assumes
the fucking Iron Giant.
Cool gravity device.
Or the Lion King. Straight up. Fucking Lion King was talking about, didn't it?
Much like a fall.
No, it really fucking did Lion King. It's like that kind of. Not even though it's way more hardcore.
A long, focused gravity cone.
But from a lion's perspective, hell yeah.
Bullets, lasers, or even energy weapons with minimal energy use. While these ideas are exciting for spaceships, they are equally applicable to space stations, habitats, planets, and stars. But before diving into those applications, we should ask, how does this gravity tech actually work? The answer, of course, is that we don't know. Not just how it works, but even
see, not too bad at all, little lion, huh?
As Clark tech, a term derived from Arthur
pretty big fucking kingdom.
He needs sufficiently advanced technology.
Check it out. You're the baddest cat from there to there.
We recently did a comprehensive
And include maybe a bobcat or two?
exploring technologies ranging from biological immortality, likely easier to achieve,
Pretty fucking
than
bad
fast
kid.
travel, despite sci-fi often suggesting otherwise.
No, but a
to
good
those that
kid.
seem plausible, but have no clear developmental pathway.
Oh,
And
big old
others
kid.
outright forbidden by known science.
Not Garfield.
Gravity technology mostly falls in the category of plausible, but currently inaccessible under known science. However, we have
The
some
Garfield
basic
is that tough.
gravity-related
But I was talking about my other
technologies.
cat who
Space
passed
ships
away.
use gravity for slingshot
He's a
maneuvers
ghost
and
now,
airborne
and
effects.
he doesn't leave me
Space
alone
gravity is
ever.
employed in space habitats
Or
and
my other
launch
cat who
missions.
passed away. She doesn't either.
And gravity powers mechanical systems like water wheels, pulleys, and counterweights. Somewhat ironically,
No, I just love him so fucking much. I'm like, no, come here. Don't go anywhere ever.
You're understood and utilized. He remains
I could lose you.
understood overall. The other three
But I can't,
forces
not
are
really.
electromagnetism and the
I know it,
strong
I know it.
nuclear forces. Gravity is incredibly weak, trillions of times weaker than even the weakest of the other three, and appears to be strictly attractive, unlike the others, which have both attractive and repulsive components. In some ways, our incomplete understanding of gravity is precisely what keeps the door wide open for GravTech, as we simply don't yet know what can and can't be ruled out. Unlike the other fundamental forces, which have well-defined Curio particles like photons for electromagnetism and gluons for the strong nuclear force, gravity's Curio particle, the hypothetical graviton, remains undiscovered. While we hypothesize its existence, the graviton's compatibility with Einstein's theory of relativity is deeply problematic.
Stagnant.
For more detailed
Told you guys
discussion of
that.
these issues, see our string theory episode from last month, where we delve into the conflicts between quantum mechanics and general relativity.
That's gonna be
Gravity is
hardcore.
the unseen architect of the cosmos, shaping planets, stars, and perhaps even the size and potential of alien life forms. And while at first we might think gravity limited the size of aliens, we also have reason to believe most aliens who could parallel us on other worlds would also be much bigger. In the Big Alien Theory, our monthly Nebula exclusive episode, we dive into the fascinating connection between the physics of size, gravity, and the mysteries of the Fermi paradox. Could the very forces that govern the universe also explain why we haven't encountered other intelligent species? Explore these captivating questions and more only on Nebula, the largest creator-owned streaming platform. Every episode of SFIA airs early and ad-free on Nebula, alongside a universe of exclusive content from myself and many other amazing creators, like Real Engineering, Real Science, The Science Asylum, Up and Atom, and more, including classes available on Nebula. Sign up at go.nebula.tv/IsaacArthur using the code IsaacArthur to get 40% off an annual plan, making it $3 a month. Nebula also offers lifetime memberships and gift options, so you can share incredible content like the Big Alien Theory with friends and family. Head over now to go.nebula.tv/IsaacArthur, and let's get back to uncovering the possibilities of gravity tech. That said, we've made some significant progress in understanding gravity. In the past decade, we conclusively detected gravitational waves, a prediction of general relativity. Observations suggest that these waves, generated by extreme binary sources like merging black holes, are not emitted uniformly in all directions. Instead, they vary in strength depending on the direction, implying that a directional gravity emitter could be possible. If true, this could allow us to project gravity in specific shapes, like cones rather than spheres, enabling applications like tractor beams or even launch corridors for spaceships departing planets. Manipulating gravity in a localized area of the atmosphere could also provide a straightforward path to weather control, a topic we will visit when discussing GravTech for plant applications. Interestingly, almost every faster-than-light FTL travel concept under serious consideration today, such as warp drives or wormholes, relies on the existence of negative matter or negative energy. Personally, I'm skeptical about the existence of such phenomena, but if they do exist, they could provide a pathway to developing GravTech by enabling the creation or manipulation of gravitational fields using negative matter or energy. We also know that mass generates gravity, but that doesn't mean gravity can only be produced omnidirectionally or solely by mass. A deeper understanding of quantum gravity might reveal that gravitons do exist and can't be generated as easily and mundanely as we currently produce photons. If so, the possibilities for controlled directional gravitational fields
See, there's a magic
and
blue
the
flower
revolutionary technologies that
up in the
we
mountains.
unlock would be endless.
I'm looking for.
Gravity control could significantly influence other technologies and the paths our civilization might take.
Tell me what I'm talking
For
about.
example, we often consider creating rotating habitats to house vast populations in space using rotation to simulate gravity. If artificial gravity eliminates that need, habitats could be designed.
When it's like that, it's like that.
Simpler. Furthermore, structures could be built much larger without requiring supermaterials or an energy-intensive active support systems. Interestingly, gravity control also allows for smaller-scale innovation. Moons or dwarf planets, which struggle with low gravity, could have their gravity.
We'll get there, Garfield.
comfortable,
We'll get there.
at least within bases and settlements. Terraforming could be far more practical, enabling adjustments
Those are blooming already.
on heavy planets.
The purple flowers in my yard.
The atmospheres and oceans on smaller
Already?
celestial bodies like moons or asteroids, or even supporting life on asteroids themselves. The concept of terraforming, by the way, originates from Jack Williamson's short story, Collision Orbit. In that story, the term refers to a small asteroid that someone claimed and equipped with an artificial gravity field.
This one, yeah, these ones don't seem to hang in there.
And providing Earth-like gravity.
One's in my house. Well,
Whether such
couple more.
gravity
One was
is
not, though.
viable depends not only how
Almost
complex
embarrassing.
it is, but also on whether it requires
could have done better.
energy to
Where'd my
operate.
fucking water cup go?
The
All
mass
the time.
naturally generates gravity with no energy cost. Of course, energy is involved when objects move
Oh, yeah.
up or down in a gravitational field, but the field itself is constant. Similarly, spin gravity doesn't inherently consume energy once established. A hollow cylinder spinning in space will keep spinning indefinitely, aside from minor frictional losses. Even in a vacuum, there are some particles to bump into. If artificial gravity operates like these systems, it could be practical for large-scale continuous use. However, suppose it required energy to maintain, say 1 watt per square foot, or about 10 watts per square meter. In that case, something like the International Space Station would need around a 5 kilowatt generator or solar panel to maintain gravity. While that's not insignificant, it suggests you could feasibly limit artificial gravity to specific areas, like workspaces or sleeping quarters, or activate it only when people are present, much like we do with lighting. The power requirement.
No, I mean, what do you want me?
Arbitrary.
What do you want me, bro?
Comparable to the energy.
No, they've never been evil enough.
Lighting. The
Just
actual
choose
requirement
evil.
Could be much higher or lower. Using that figure, a USS Enterprise scale spaceship might need to burn through a megawatt to maintain its gravity, possibly more if it must supply gravity to each of its dozens of decks.
But I still know it's that magical.
We also
Garfield
don't know
got a
if
third
the
eye
gravity
dot.
Diminish with distance. Does it remain uniform and simply stop working beyond a few
And it's
meters?
still alive. Yeah, no matter what.
An inverse or
How do I know that?
square
Because
law
they tried to
relative
get him.
the distance from the gravity
Because
plane.
I barricaded my
If it
door.
diminishes with distance, would that mean
Didn't
your
even
head
close.
experiences noticeably less gravity than your feet? At a planetary scale,
And they pushed it
generating
open
gravity at 10
like
watts
4
per
nights
square
in a
meter
row.
will consume about 2 to 3% of the sunlight hitting the planet, assuming Earth-like illumination and a 100% conversion rate, turning photons directly into gravitons with no loss to heat. For quarter asteroids, heat
And he was
loss
gone
is
every
not
morning.
a concern, as the sunlight not reflected would simply warm the rock. It might also be perfect for a planet like Venus, where you get a bit too much sunlight
And
the
now-
gravity is a bit low.
He's fucking
And
back.
there will be a lot more Venus-sized
And I
planets than
don't
Earth-sized ones,
know
and
how.
even more at 80% Earth's gravity. It's
What
just
about
the
the
nature
other
of
cat?
how matter tends to clump.
That's what I've been
More
saying.
Smaller items than bigger ones, though more mass in the bigger ones than all the smaller ones combined. It's worth noting that a 10-kilometer wide asteroid with
No, if Garfield
Earth-like
come back with that
gravity
magically-
would
no,
not
magically-
automatically attain that
magically.
Earth's. We previously discussed the idea of creating artificial black holes of arbitrary
Magically.
sizes for purposes like generating gravity. If your gravity force falls off inverse square with distance, then a 10-kilometer wide object has only a quarter of the gravity 10 kilometers up at the top of its main atmosphere.
What about the rest of it?
Which isn't holding things in well at that point. Plus, atmospheres go up a lot higher than that. An inverse rather than inverse square force might do much better, and that might be possible with artificial gravity. In the absence of that tech, we could do this with a small artificial black hole. By placing a micro black hole at the core of an asteroid, moon, or megastructure, you could generate gravity using abundant mass, such as hydrogen or helium, rather than valuable rocks and metals. Dark matter, which is even more abundant.
Oh, yeah, sure, they just let 'em out, right?
Could serve even better if you could direct it into artificial black
You see their
holes.
cars, guys? They were nice.
If gravity manipulation becomes possible, it might enable interaction with dark matter, one of the few ways we might reliably manipulate it. Mass might not even be necessary to generate gravity. Alternatively, if artificial gravity requires power to operate, the energy could be used to compress dark matter or excess hydrogen and helium in artificial black holes.
It's interesting,
This is a point we'll return to later. Energy does generate gravity too, so it might be that you need to dump that much energy in. The equivalent.
Oh, damn it. That is a good one. No, that was a good one. See that Fallen Empire, that might have been good too. See, that happens. Why did Rome convert? Long story. Long story. See, I have this theory about them never really converting. See, a lot of them did. But somewhere in time, they just picked the winning side, and it felt natural. Even if, early on, they did massacre a lot of Christians. It's crazy how fast you can go from that to that. You'd be fucking surprised. So from the perspective of the poor, that's the way it went. And the perspective of the rich, that's the way it went. Who wrote the history? The upper class, the upper crust. And in the cities, mostly, yeah. $741 Garfield. Does that make me stupid? No, it makes me smart. Compared to other cats sometimes. From a dog's perspective, they kind of are, but seemingly way smarter at being cats. That's what it is, huh? That's exactly what it is. Darren's saying. It's like we're just really good at being fucking cats and destroying the enemy. We're really good at it. Dogs seemingly aren't. They can be, but they're scary. For a reason, yeah, no, they're scary. Cats aren't scary dogs, but they should be. Dogs aren't think about it. No, it's not like the small dog thing, dogs. A cat that size would destroy you. No, it would destroy you. Every time, maybe not every time. Look how much smaller they are than you. If it was your size, it wouldn't even be close. Wouldn't even be close. At that size, they face up with you. No, that's even. See, cats are just smaller, so they don't always realize how powerful they are. So you get them in a vulnerable position. It's a trick. Because they could chase your ass off, and I know it. No, I know it. You gotta be careful with the dog. They can feign retreat too, Garfield. But he's quicker than you. Oh, you can get galloping, sure. But he's quicker than you. No, you can't beat me or Garfield in a fucking foot race. Neither of us. I don't think any dog or man that I know personally could beat me in a foot race. No fucking way. Over a certain distance, sure, a dog could take the advantage. But over enough distance, no fucking way. And over a short distance, probably not either. Garfield, him either. But I'm just about as fast as Garfield. Just about as fast as Garfield. But I'm really galloping. So they've been fighting me on. Right. Oh, right. And right. Something else I can't do right now. Yeah, race somebody. Garfield. Want a dance battle? See, George already knew that was tough. Because of basketball, huh? Now, George would be like, he'd take on a whole fucking family of people bigger than him and win. Not the whole time. Like, he'd get tired eventually. He'd start to miss, you know what I mean?
Hello, Moto.
Huh, Garfield?
Hey, Taran.
How you doing? How's your day going?
Alright. My girlfriend has a raccoon in her house.
Oh, she got a raccoon.
So
Nice.
my landlord Danny and I
What was she?
to Harbor Freight and got a trap.
You got a trap for it? Why don't you just make friends with the raccoon? That's what I do if it came to my house.
Well, because it's dangerous.
Oh, it's dangerous. Oh, boo-hoo.
They have diseases.
Oh, they have diseases. I doubt it has diseases.
I know, but it's not good to have a raccoon in your house.
Why not? It's a raccoon.
Because it's just not good. It's eating all their cat food.
Oh, it's eating her cat food. Okay, never mind. I understand.
And it doesn't have water. So it's also not that we're trying to, it's locked in a room with a bunch of cat food and no water.
Put some water in there. What are you waiting
No,
for?
we're not going to make friends with a raccoon, Darren. That sounds so ridiculous.
That's my diagnosis. They're powerful.
We called animal control, and they went out there. They know the raccoon doesn't eat except at night. So
Right.
they leave a cage in there at like 2 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon.
Doesn't seem very humane not to leave water in there, Chris.
2 in the afternoon to 4 in the afternoon. And then they leave, and then they pack up and leave and say she has to handle it on her own because the raccoon's not coming out. Why don't they just leave the cage in overnight? But animal control, I guess, doesn't do anything about animals in your house.
No, not typically, dude.
They make you do it on your own.
Well, do you need a shaman to do it?
It's kind of ridiculous.
That's something I'm really good at. Yeah, wild animal control.
Some marshmallow fluff on the trap and a little bit of wet cat food. And we're hoping that tonight it goes into the cage. But when that raccoon gets in the cage, it's going to be freaking out.
Because I don't want to control them. I'd rather make friends and allies, powerful ones. So if a raccoon came in my house, that would tell me one thing: that he's trying to be my ally and my friend.
Actually, he's being stupid.
Well, he's being brave. He's being brave.
It's not being brave. He stupidly came in through the cat door, thinking that it might curious.
He's Chris. What do you want me to say? He's a powerful soul, and he was hungry, so he went in there and got some food.
And now he's stuck in there, and he can't get out.
At least he's eating now. It's a pretty smart idea, actually, if you wanted to store up for a little while.
Not a smart idea. He has no water source.
Well, give him a water source then. Get him out of your house.
We're just gonna get rid of the raccoon.
Oh man, it's a visitor, man. You're getting a visitor. I just don't feel like I don't understand why you're mad about it.
I'm not mad about it. It's irritating that animal control did nothing and is forcing us to do it. You'd think animal control actually cared about people, but they obviously don't.
Well, animal control care. No, they really care about people. Yeah, mostly cats and dogs.
Don't.
Mostly cats and dogs. No, they do.
No, they don't. If they did, they would get the raccoon out.
Well, they don't care about human people. They care about cats and dogs. It's their job.
They don't care about raccoons, obviously. Animal control is bullshit. I've never dealt with them before on a personal note, but this was enough to show me that they don't give a fuck about anybody.
Yeah, that's that. It can be true depending where you live. Actually, depending where you live. The ones that I've met seemingly do. But yeah, in that area, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
If they really cared, they would have left the cage there overnight, knowing that they know that raccoons eat at night. So why would it get in the cage at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? It wouldn't. So it was feeling very negligent on the part of the city in caring for its citizens.
Well, the raccoon is a citizen as well.
Yeah, and it's not getting any food. Martha's afraid to open the door.
Well, Chris.
Because they're forcing the animal control.
Why are you scared? Are you scared of the raccoon personally?
In to get a rabies booster.
No, that I understand the cat thing. I do understand that. I understand the cat thing.
I understand that too, but I mean, if they really care, then why not leave the cage in overnight to catch the raccoon instead of leaving it there for 2 hours and then giving up and then telling her that she has to handle it on her own?
You see, Chris, I have an idea.
Martha's a 66-year-old woman, and they're forcing her to take care of a raccoon. Either just leave the raccoon in the house or take care of it on her own. How's she supposed to do that?
I think that's what you're for, Chris. You got to take care of the raccoon. You got to do it.
I know. Me and Danny are doing that. We got the cage. I set it up.
Leave some water in the cage, and the raccoon will go in there because it's thirsty.
Well, we put we didn't have anything. We didn't have anything to put the water in because the trap is really sensitive. So just me taking marshmallow fluff and wiping it on the trap, it set the trap. The trap went on, but luckily Martha was holding it, so it didn't fall on my arm.
How long has it been in there?
It's been in there since last Thursday.
Whoa! You need some water, bro. Better get the thing out of there.
Yeah, I know. We gotta save it. Like it's really stupid. It's a dumb animal.
It's not a dumb animal.
I realized that the house
was taking a gamble.
Because I mean, there's been a bunch of humans coming through there these last couple days, and I'm sure it's thinking this was a bad choice. Like I'm stuck in this room with a bunch of humans. Like someone's gonna eat me. Like that's probably what it's thinking. It's probably terrified that it's gonna get eaten.
Well, if you're gonna eat it, probably eaten already. The 656 Garfield.
We're just praying that the cat.
I'm praying for that raccoon. I hope he gets some water, Chris. I'm really concerned about this raccoon's health now. It doesn't have any water. It's a powerful raccoon. No, it's a brave raccoon. You shouldn't kill it. Being brave.
We're gonna take it out to the park and release it.
There you go.
But it's gonna be freaking out in that cage. Like
It might be. It might be.
I watched a video. Danny was doing a video on how to catch a raccoon in a cage, and it's showing it at night. This raccoon's just biting the cage.
Well, assume the raccoon.
All the walls, climbing, trying to get out of this cage for its life, and it can't get out.
Assume the raccoon. Well, he's assuming the cage is eating it. He doesn't want to be eaten by the cage. Assume the raccoon knows English. Be really sweet to him. Try to give him some water, and I'm ready to go in the cage.
Yeah, well, we have it set up, so it's gonna either get in the cage tonight, and if it doesn't get in the cage tonight, then we're gonna get a paper cup. Cut the paper cup in half.
There you go.
Fill it with water, and then set it on the thing. We just have to hope it might be too much weight. Like this cage is super sensitive. Like the slightest amount of pressure on that plate sets the trap. So we're just praying this works. I mean, you can tell that the raccoons don't think much outside of their environment. Like they don't have. They're definitely not as intelligent as a human if they can get caught in a fucking trap.
Dude, check it out.
It's obvious the thing's a trap.
Dude, check it out.
Any kind of common sense. This raccoon,
Humans get caught in traps all the time. No, all the time. Humans are better at getting caught in traps than raccoons are.
No.
They've never seen one before. If you've never seen one before, you get caught in a trap too. Let's just say it was a UFO. And you're like, oh, what's that? I'm going to go check it out. And then you're caught in a trap. You're starving. You're really thirsty. Like, was that water in there maybe? I'm not really convinced that we're that much smarter than a raccoon all the time. We just think we're better. I'm not smarter than Garfield. About the same, seemingly. How Garfield?
I know I'm quite a bit smarter than my cat.
You think so?
Mhm.
Oh, really?
My cat's intelligent in other ways, but not in the same way that people are.
Really?
I have better instincts on hunting than I do.
Well, I think they have better religion too.
In one spot
Personally.
and stalking her prey, she can be a lot stiller than me. So she definitely has assets that make her the perfect creature for who she is, but she doesn't have the same capacity of understanding that I do.
Well, does she need it?
That's what I'm saying. She doesn't need that. She's a cat.
You'd be surprised.
She
They understand a lot more than we think.
Her facilities that are perfect for her. But if she were to work on our level, she just wouldn't understand what we're talking, what we're doing. Like, it's kind of like Garfield. Like, if you let Garfield off of that leash, he's gonna run away.
No, not necessarily.
Well, he's not gonna run away permanently, but he's definitely gonna go exploring and roaming. You can't talk to him and get him to stay in the same spot.
No, I mean I can.
Explain it to him logically.
Yeah, I can. I've already done it.
He needs a leash, or he's not gonna listen to you.
Kind of and kind of. It's a little complicated with cats. They think with their body a lot in ways that we don't. Doesn't make him less intelligent. And he knows he'll come back.
It's definitely not as intelligent as a person.
No, humans do the same thing all the time. If they're stuck in a house.
I don't know. I think humans do different things, just like cats do different things than humans. We're a different species. There's differences about us.
I'm a different fucking species, it seems.
When Jesus comes back,
When he comes back,
the lion will lay with the lamb.
the lion will lay with the lamb.
You know, that's when animals will be as smart. They'll be like back in the Garden of Eden. Like in the Garden of Eden when Adam and Eve were there.
Amen, Garfield.
All the
Amen.
animals were intelligent and you could speak to them. And no one ate. It literally says this in the Bible that animals didn't eat each other. In the Garden of Eden. And man didn't eat animals until later. Till after he was kicked out of the garden.
Right. Well, there's animals in the garden.
There was animals in the garden and they didn't eat each other. The snake didn't eat mice, and it spoke.
They're still that smart, Chris.
What?
Animals are still that smart, dude. They can still speak. We just can't hear them all the time.
They can't understand or comprehend the stuff that on the level that a human can.
I don't believe this. I kind of know otherwise.
Well, I kind of know that that's true.
How do you know it's true, though? Can you think like a cat? I mean, they understand English. And they're sitting there meditating all day long on the precepts that you put to them.
If Garfield understood English, then when you told him
Garfield totally understands English, dude. I'm not retarded.
Listen to you.
He listens to me just fine.
Then let him off the leash.
I do all the time. He just wanders around. Pretty much outside, he wants to go kill things. He's addicted to killing. So I have to hold.
Let him outside.
No, he's a serial killer. So he wants to run out around and go serial kill. And I can't let him serial kill. Because he's a Buddhist now.
He's not serial killing. He's hunting.
Yeah, he's being a serial killer. Because they're alive too, turns out.
Well, they are alive.
And smart and intelligent.
Working as a food chain.
Yeah, they're smart too. Now, they understand English seemingly. The Blue Jays do.
I think they understand to a certain degree, like a crow is around as intelligent as a 7-year-old child. They will learn certain words and certain things.
A crow's a lot smarter than a 7-year-old human, dude.
A level of comprehension that they're not getting that we have. And suit them for what their purpose is on Earth, what their instincts tell them to do.
Their instincts or their minds?
Work on their instincts. Man kind of ignores his instincts, except his instincts kind of is his mind. But like a baby dog, for instance, that tell it to eat its mother's milk, so it will do that. Now, a baby doesn't have that ability. A baby will die unless the mother feeds the baby her milk directly. Because it has the instincts to do that. That's why they mature fast.
So what do you know about being a raccoon?
Babies at 1 year old. Humans mature. More defined. There's much more like brainwashing that goes into raising a human. More with animals, it's more conditioning. With human, we're constant. Like from age 1.
I don't agree.
Birth to 7, our brain.
We are conditioned as well. Even more so. Even more conditioning with humans. That's why we get stuck in our fucking ways. Quickly, often.
You know that? From age 1 to 7, a human being's brainwaves are almost in a state of hypnosis.
Yeah, I do. No, I do. Yeah, I have similar brainwaves as a baby human. Actually, yeah, kind of.
And all the publicity that is in naked women, it's all going into their face. Animals don't have to deal with that. They don't have that.
They kind of do though.
Periodically.
I mean, they're like that too. They're like, oh wow, yeah, she's beautiful. They check them out, dude. Trust me. No, they're attracted to other cats. Turns out, it's not. I mean,
but it's not the same as a human.
It kind of is. They're just different, dude. No, female cats are bitches. Often, turns out. So George felt. Humans are brainwashed too. All of us. Yeah, we're brainwashed.
People's beliefs and opinions, and we're just completely brainwashed until we're 7. And then we can kind of look back on it later when we're 13, 14, and we're actually starting to ponder the great questions like, who am I?
You think cats don't?
Animals don't.
Turns out they do.
About too much. They know who they are. They have instincts that tell them that. Humans have to wonder. They have to question, and they're programmed, and so they are like, why do I think this way? Society has programmed them, and we spend the rest of our lives trying to deprogram ourselves. If we're smart, if we're stupid, we just fall for the programming and live our life in a state of darkness and without any spiritual understanding. And there's a ton of people that's their kind of faith. They don't look outside of the box. They like the box they're in. You know, and that's the whole purpose. That's the whole concept of walking a spiritual path and becoming truly religious, I guess, is what I'd say. I believe religion is important. I think religion and spirituality are basically the same thing.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I don't even like the word spirituality so much sometimes. It irritates me.
Who you are and deprogramming yourself.
Because to me, your culture is still your religion.
What?
So I don't even like the word spirituality very much. Because to me, your culture is still your religion.
I think what it just comes down to is are you being programmed or are you deprogramming yourself?
Well, see, I really think the other people that we're talking about right now, when you're talking about a cat and a raccoon, can do that too.
What?
See, I don't really appreciate anymore when we don't appreciate how smart an animal is, man.
Oh, so do you think that a dog that's sitting there at the window just barking its head out the window, you think you can go pet that dog?
Often, yeah. Often you
hear what you're saying, that dog?
Well, so I've never been bit by a dog before.
How spiritual you are, no matter how much understanding you give that dog will still bite the fuck out of you.
I've met some pretty mean dogs in my life, and I've never been bit by a dog in my life. Jada almost, but not really.
Well, I've played with Jada.
I mean, she got to like me in her older age quite a bit.
Connected to animals, and I speak animal very well. Like I speak body language and animal very well. And I know that animals aren't thinking the same thing that us. They have instincts that are guiding them, and they're more mature and less mature in ways. They're not more mature. They're not less mature because they're not. They don't have the same worries and doubts that we are. They know themselves, and they don't have to wonder or guess. They are how they were raised, and they are based on their instincts. Their instincts are the dominant force. Like a cat will run away from a person. He won't just come up. Like these feral cats, they won't listen to you. They'll run away if you try to go near them. They won't. Their instincts drive them away from you. I just speak animal really well, and if animals were speaking at my level of understanding, then we would get a lot further.
I'm not sure. I think they're getting close, man. See, I'm a Dr. Doolittle. I do little, but I understand animals a lot. And the Garfield, he's powerful. No, he's powerful, and he does English well. He even understands numbers. And you know what I mean? I'm like, well, maybe he's a little poor in spirit sometimes. But he's a deep breather, seemingly. And see, he let me know. Big old heifer. And he's smart. No, he's smart. He's like a little kid in a way. But guess what? Adults are the same way, especially when they're older. Turns out. They're like my way or the highway, man. (7-11) Garfield. And I tell a lot of.
I believe animals are a lot deeper than we give them credit.
I'm really shamanic in the way I look at the world now, honestly, and I'm really shamanic and animistic at the way I handle the world now. So I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, me too.
I'm like, okay. I know that humans are that smart, right? I'm not stupid, but turns out they are too. The humans have a better chance at grasping it in some ways because of our culture and our big old noggins, kind of, but not even sometimes, dude. Because they just have noses, man. They're little smell monsters. They just go after their nose, and like some people are like that, dude. I mean, check it out. Garfield, he's a serial murderer, and he knows it too. So he's like,
I don't think he's a serial murderer.
He's a serial murderer, bro. He's like, I'm gonna go kill rats. I'm gonna go kill birds who are people too, and I kind of know it.
How do you know he's not eating them?
Because he doesn't even eat them. No, he doesn't even eat them whole. No, George is talking.
Drinks their blood.
No, George is talking shit, and I've talked shit to him too, because he doesn't even eat them whole. No, he's a little kibbler, little slow kibbler who likes to go kill.
So you literally think a mouse. I think there's the spirit of the mouse, and there's the understanding of the nature behind who they are, and I believe that they have the same spirit as me.
I think
they have the same construct of reality and God that I do. They have a different brain, and they have a different chemical
Chris.
that the spirit is experiencing in its intoxicated state. When a spirit comes down into a human, it becomes intoxicated in the body. It's like taking a drug. And so when it goes to the mouse, it becomes intoxicated in the mouse. But that mouse does not have the same level of understanding that I do. It's dumb. It will get lost in a maze looking for cheese.
Yeah, sometimes.
But after it, not at it till it's explored every other way.
I don't know. From a mouse's perspective, being a mouse, right, with big old whiskers, being a mouse, you don't kind of see. The mouse isn't seeing the same world that you're seeing whatsoever.
I agree.
But to say the mouse doesn't mind, the mouse minds quite a bit when it's being in a laboratory getting tested. So of course those mice aren't going to be the most intelligent mice out there because they're all stressed out, dude. So when we're testing them, I mean, what's that even prove? And
Like if you're saying Garfield is a serial murderer, my
Right. Oh, that makes sense, though. That's what it is. I bet she has killed thousands of mice working for the government, your girlfriend. That's what I'm talking about.
She was working on environmental ways to help people get not be poisoned by different environmental sources. And part of her job was testing stuff on these mice. And she went through thousands of mice died in this process of getting some of these cures that we have for diseases. We are the dominant life force on this planet. We create, like, if the cow was really thinking, it would just jump over the fence. But it walks in a line to the bar, it's going to shoot through its head, and it doesn't even know what's happening until it hits them and they're dead.
They're not dumb like that, Chris.
Yeah, they are.
You don't quit
Why would it do that then, Taran?
because,
Why would it just walk to its death? Why would it fight?
Chris.
It's not afraid because it's not aware. If it was aware that its life was in danger, it would be afraid.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, thought like a human did it. It's around humans all the time. So, by your perspective, it speaks human fluently.
Pretty much.
Then why would it just walk over to a machine that's going to kill it, knowing that it's going to die with no fear, just dying so that we can eat it?
Because it just hasn't done it yet. Their lives are horrible. You're like talking about farm animals who are like not treated well at all. And I know it walks in the machine, yeah, duh, committing suicide. God promised something better. And it knows.
People, they would be protesting this. They would spend their lives trying to get out of the cage.
They do. Dude, when you're in a cage for your whole life, you just stop trying to get out of it.
Completely content in their little enclosure, waiting for their turn to die or to be milked.
That sounds like prison. Yeah.
It's not in prison because it doesn't know any better.
It kind of does, though. A little bit.
It sounds
It
like
doesn't know any better, but it does a little bit.
Tied up, but he wants to be free.
Yeah, he wants to be free. I know he wants to be free. But he doesn't want it that bad anymore. Because I can let his leash go right now. And he's not going to take off. Watch.
Yeah, and then that's why you are superior to Garfield, because you're
I'm not superior to Garfield.
something that it doesn't have the capacity to understand your level of understanding, but it has a capacity to understand what you're inflicting upon him. Maybe there's some lesson that it's learning.
No, see, Garfield.
About that.
No, he knows. Garfield knows. All right? He knows. He's a knower. And he knows it. Huh, Garfield? Yeah, he knows it.
I know there's been times that I've thought that, but only in the static state of schizophrenia.
Oh, yeah, schizophrenia? I don't think so, bro. Static states, for sure. Schizophrenia, that's not what I'm going through, man. I just know.
You're going through that. I'm saying that's when I'm off my meds. I think that animals can understand.
Well, I wonder why.
Talk to Precious.
Why?
Find out
Maybe
when I
you
get
could.
meds that Precious wasn't really talking to me the way that I thought she was.
Maybe she was in a way. Do you understand how they think? Different than we do.
And then she would still be responding to me in the same way that she was when I was off my meds, that I thought she was when I was off my meds.
Listen, cats are like higher dimensional beings, dude. They're fucking just in a whole different fucking universe, dude.
I believe in their spirituality. I believe in the deep meaning behind the animals and the spiritual significance of them. You know, I have my familiar. I have my
See, I have my master.
my totem animals.
His name's
I
Garfield.
really believe in the spirit of the animal and the lessons that can be learned in understanding animals. But do I think that they
Fine, Garfield, fine.
I think that maybe there's some of them, like the elephant fish.
That's how Garfield would say.
Those are
He's like,
smart
well,
animals. They're almost communicate
yeah,
with
elephant fish are
the
smart too.
humans.
So are house cats, turns out.
Dolphins also communicate really well. They're still
Yeah, dolphins are that smart too. They're that smart. They're just assholes.
have extra senses where they can pick up on things. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say we're better than animals or anything like that. I think some animals are, like even like a black widow or a spider is really important to the ecosystem, and and bees even have a level of intelligence that but it's more based on their instinct.
Right. No, right. Well, see, I don't think it's not so. Instincts are confusing, dude. See, humans are super instinctual. Turns out 7-2-2 Garfield. Yeah, 8-2-1 on that clock. For now, Garfield. So this will be a Garfield cat. He is smart, but he pushes his boundaries because he's like, nope, I've never done it before. Nope, they never got me before, and I want to go look at it outside because to a cat, what he's seeing is so much more than what I'm seeing.
You think they can peer beyond the veil and see spirits and stuff like that?
I know this for a fact. I know this for a fact, dude, man.
I think they can too. I believe.
No, that's what I'm trying.
Kind of my viewpoint on cats being the guardians of the underworld.
I think they're more the guardians of the heavens,
they're
though.
kind of the guardians of heaven.
That's what I've been saying too. See, dogs are more chthonic than cats are. Turns out.
And then you have like Cerberus.
Cerberus is the guardians of the underworld.
And he's a guardian.
Yeah, and Fenrir. You're right. No, good dog's a good dog.
Spiritual symbolism. And my dreams, animals talk to me, and they have a big.
But cats, no, they're celestial. They're very celestial. Turns out. See, their eyes are very moon-like to me in a way. Even if you might find them evil, but that's just your fucking problem.
What's evil?
Now, some people find a cat's eye serpentine. I'm like, no, serpent's eyes are cat-like to me. And they can use those eyes to see into shit that we just cannot see with our round pupils. No, they're just fucking different. They're powerful. So when you're like, my cat can't understand. I know he understands me fine. He just wants to do his own fucking thing because he's Gar and he knows that he's Gar. So he'll just keep fucking trying until finally he gets his way, or he'll take a piss on the floor again, which he does in protest often now. Meet your litter box out here. Hold on. See, this is how you train a cat, Chris. If you're really spiritual like that, okay?
What?
This is how you train an animal. Period. But a cat, especially, if you're really spiritual like that, you let them know that their role. And if it's a spiritual fucking universe, then they have a powerful spiritual role. Period. Being our protectors, cats and dogs, physically or emotionally, often. spiritually, mostly, yeah. In ways that we do not appreciate, do we?
I don't know. I appreciate it.
You know what I mean? Because their job is hard, and I know it. I know what he does for me. Everything. He does everything for me.
Yeah.
I mean,
Eyebrows has a very hard life.
Yeah, he keeps me in check. But also, he's also got me constricted a little bit, which is fine. He makes me more powerful. He makes me have to realize patience, understanding, love, no matter what, and no matter what. And he really makes me want to understand his little fucking world. A lot. Which is really hard to sometimes. When we go out there hanging out with him, I understand it a lot more. No, I really do. I get down here and I'm like, wow, oh, I'm a cat and I know it. It's cool. That's all I meant by that. The raccoon's the same way, dude. So get a little fucking some water. He's doing some hard work on the other side, and I know it. You know, animals are spiritual beings. A bit more than we are sometimes. Even though, yeah, compared to us, they are poor in spirit, technically.
I don't know if they're poor in spirit.
Well, they don't breathe as deep as we do.
Poor in intellect, but I think they're very rich and vibrant in spirit. They're connected to the spirit way more than we are.
Right, but how big's your lungs, Chris? See, most cats have asthma. Especially those belly crawling cats like Garfield. And I kind of know it. So by biological standards, cats and dogs are poor in spirit compared to humans. Period.
I don't think they are. Like, Eyebrows knows who she is. She's a little lonely, and she wants more than
your soul is your breath. Your soul is your breath,
desires
and your
in the
soul is your
house.
breath. So
I
monkeys
think
purr in spirit.
She has a lot deeper understanding of herself than I do, of myself. But I do think there's going to be a time when God reveals the nature of spirit to us.
The nature of
The way
breath.
that's the spirit in all things. You know, that's the Holy Spirit kind of coming down and enlightening the universe.
the holy breath coming down, enlightening the universe. The Holy Spirit.
And that Holy Spirit give life and intelligence to all walks of life. Everything that has a spirit that's
The holy
connected
wind.
to spiritual energy will all be awakened. You know, the
Swelling our
ants will be
sails
like
often.
Bug's life.
A bug's life? Yeah, it's like that, though. A bug's life is like that.
If it was like that, we'd be in heaven.
No, see, no, it's not heaven. It's hell. No, they're in damnation, and they kind of know it down there. In a bug's life. Often, yeah, often. So they're just like, they're just eating. Some people, so I'm really going to tap into the dark side here. And I didn't mean to. I hate the dark side. But they attack me spiritually, so I'm like, okay, fuck them. So I realized some people are just straight up fucking evil demons. And see, bugs, that's a hard fucking world. No, that's a different form. They're getting attacked at all sides all the time.
There's this rock opera that I watched yesterday called Odessa. And the last song she sings in the show, part of what she says is, all is love.
See, Chris, in a past life, if you're some powerful fairy being, and I kind of know it, you know what it means to me? that from our point of view, we'd see you as an insectoid, almost, in that light, when you destroyed the universe. And I kind of know.
I destroy the
No,
universe.
it's just one of these things we ran through in here. Where it was like, Chris Miller, one of his dreams. This is how it goes sometimes, Chris, when it's a small universe. Was a ant queen. And I went over this dream, Chris. You don't understand how it works for me. When I'm like trying to figure out your soul sometimes, and I'm working with God in here, I'm like, because I'm a dream guy, and I make dreams all the time. And I'm like, okay. When I really get working, I can do a pretty good job.
There's a saying in the Tao, knowing
Gotta feel the cat.
knowledge.
No, stay in your place. That's an
Knowing
order.
yourself is true insight. So there's a lot of people that can be stuck in materialistic world and
Good boy.
totally a slave.
See, he knows English just fine.
programming.
English is just
But
fine.
they can know people really well, like what they think about, how they react to things. But all of that stuff is just knowledge. It's not really important. It won't.
My person.
It's not lasting knowledge.
That's how I feel
lasting
often.
insight that will lead you to your next life. Insight comes from knowing yourself, not others. So it's not about. It's naturally we learn about other people. We have knowledge, we know how things work, but when we know ourselves, that's true insight, that's true wisdom, is knowing yourself, not necessarily. I think, well, like what it says in the Tao, it says the sage sees all beings as straw dogs, and that verse really became apparent to me the other day. Because the world's going to rise and fall, but it's knowing yourself that's really important. So many different beliefs, different perceptions, different perspectives, and that material knowledge will only lead you so far.
You see, I love theology, Chris. Now, I know quite a bit about theology. I just know that, like, from a Buck's perspective, they have theology too, basically. They're like, what the fuck is that thing? Oh, it's a destroyer. It's a destroyer. No, they're coming to get us. Run.
I don't think that, because like when I
and then we're like, stomp, motherfucker, stomp.
on the ground,
And they're just like, no, not my life, my body is being pulverized. Painfully, often, yeah.
And then lift it up, and it will just run in circles, and I can block the ant's path that it's walking in. It will just turn around and make a new path.
Dude, what? Chris, if you, or say you're a human who's the size of an ant, and I'm just dancing around the kitchen, what are you gonna look like? You think you're going to have more evasive maneuvers than Ant, or you think you'd be running around in a circle going, where to fucking go? He's going to destroy me, Chris, because I kind of go.
Well, if it was intelligent, it would run in a straight line away from you as far as it can.
Well, it's perceiving a different fucking universe than you are, bro. It's like, it can't even see like that all the time.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have the same function. It doesn't have the same intelligence that we do. It does have a soul. So it does have the same intelligence and magnificence of a soul, but it's intoxicated in its flesh.
Yeah, well, you don't need a brain to be smart, turns out. See, I have MS, and I know it, right?
When we're born, we have a veil that goes over our eyes that prevents us from knowing who we were before we incarnated, before we took the drug of the human body. And once we are in the drug, we forget about our soul, we forget about our life.
You go potty. You go potty. Your litter box. That's it out here. Don't forget it. Here we go. It's right there. Oh, you don't want to use your litter box. Oh, you're too good for your litter box. Oh, you've grown from your litter box. Oh, you want to mark your territory. Why don't you mark it when you're out there? Oh, because you're on a leash and you feel embarrassed. Too bad. Nope. Yeah, I told you. You were a serial killer.
Did you know in almost every spiritual scripture that there is, in every religion, there's they mention ants. They talk about ants in the Bible. They talk about ants in the Quran. They talk about ants in Buddhist scripture. They talk about ants in Hindu scripture.
This is perfect. If you're actually a serial killer, this would be like perfect punishment. Which basically they do to people when you're a serial killer.
Well, I'm glad Garfield is not a serial killer, or else he'd be going to hell.
Well, he's a serial bird and rodent killer. Well, see, Garfield, I wasn't lying when I said I was proud of you at the time, and thank you for the gift. When it was quick. But sometimes I've seen you just torture the motherfuckers. It's like, Dad, I was trying to destroy him. He was just tough, and he bit hard. So I didn't want to get bit by the fucker. Often. So now I'm in trouble because I was destroying the enemy. It doesn't seem fair to me. Like, well, technically, Garfield, it's just a joke between me and you. Because you're a cat and you know it. I'm never end your reign of destruction. I'm just reeling it in a little bit. Now, Garfield's got some of the biggest fucking gophers I've ever seen in my fucking life. Ever.
Hey, Taran, Dad's calling me.
Oh, Dad's calling you. All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Love you. Bye. See, I just love my fucking cats. Every phone conversation we get, just they get bored. And I'm just like, all right, no, Garfield this. And Big Kitty that, and all this, yeah. They ever had it backwards, yeah, because Garfield's the little one. You know, Big George was the big giant cat. And Precious was the calico. With 7 claws. Who was also a big kitty, and she knew it. See, cats aren't dumb. They're even, body conscious sometimes, yeah. Garfield, he feels a little aged. He's like, I'm not as handsome as I was. This harness, I need to get it off me. Look at your face, Garfield. No, you're fucking handsome. No, he's handsome. No, he's handsome. No, he's got an ape face and he knows it. All right. I'm Baba. I'm Baba. He's Baba. That time, not quite. No. From the other direction, yeah. Different car, much nicer. Look, this guy's fucking powerful, so I borrow his soul sometimes. Some of these guys, I don't use their voices all the time. See, when it's like that, it's like that. It can be. Garfield, we're sleeping living room again tonight. I think. Better idea. Right. No, right. Right. What's that? Ghost? Or a person? With a human voice? Turns out. No, turns out. Sometimes. You doing, Garfield? Oh, Mal? You gotta go potty? You wanna go potty outside? Well, there's a litter box right there. Oh, is that how you feel? Oh, you want some fish now? Yeah, you want some fish now? Oh, you want some fish. And now you want some fish. So I'm trying to read his mind. And they're trying to make it difficult because it was really coming really clear. So he gets irritated with me. He's like, Dad, no, I'm still right here. All these fucking humans. They're fucking evil. The cats, it was easy. So I rely on them. The ones who can speak English really well. There's a lot of them seemingly can't. Yeah. Especially once they step in a human. See, this I forget. Right. No, right. See, that's who I am. I look at this little cat. I'm like, God, that's who I am. Look at it. Well, he knows it too. And guess what? Garfield Cat will whip your fucking ass. So Garfield has a theory. He's like, so I think that if we got in a fight, me and my dad, really, that I could kill him to death before he killed me to death. Because he just doesn't got it in him. And I do. Almost sometimes. You know what I mean? Oh, it's worked before. I just don't remember it that way, not quite. Yeah, how about? No, you see, I'm fucking One Punch Man and I know it. See, I know it. Garfield. Here's what you understand about your dad. That's your old pa. And his old pa's. And his paws. You know what I mean? See him skinny little fucking bastard over here. Fucking like half grown his patchy ass beard. Fucking whom hair, whatever that is, right? When it's like that, it's been laying down a little bit, it's getting longer. And Garfield's starting to understand. She's like, hey, the humans don't see like that. I'm like, guess what? Cats don't see like that either. But if I chased them, guess what? They'd run. Love you, Garfield. Mind of a cat. Mind of a cat. It can't be like that. Yeah, it's like that often. From Garfield's perspective, it's basically how he sounds. Like that. Yeah, pretty much. You getting antsy? Why are you getting antsy? When it's like that, huh? I fucking knew it. No, I fucking knew it. It's like that, huh? No, I know animals too well. No, way too well. But I'm not a pushover. You know what I mean? So check it out. Garfield's throwing a fit. Over some bullshit. So I told him. A few things somewhere in time. Don't worry about it. He's like, my dad, and all the ghosts keep telling me this, really enjoys the smoking. So I feel like if I'm in prison here, I should be allowed to smoke too. And I'm telling him no, because you already have asthma. Not bad, but he's a house cat, and he's a short facer. And he's living out in a garage, was not very clean. This is much better for him in here. But he's like, Dad, I really like the smell of it sometimes. If it's that really good stuff, marijuana. He's like, yeah, but not by itself. And by itself, it's not that good. No, you have to mix them together. See, cats are picky. They're picky. Picky, you think about smells. That's why it's like his hardest. Well, you got piss in my coat. Got piss on his heart. He's a protester. He's a protester. He doesn't think ahead. See, I know this feeling. I just love him to death. No, to death. And to death. Until death do we part, Garfield. And even then, we shall not part. Now, hopefully we die pretty close at the same time. Which is longer than just medically with those kind of diagnoses. It's just not really expected. I mean, he could easily live to 100, this guy, or longer. He says 800, and we'll see. Now, sometimes it's just like that. You just make it, no matter what, huh? And I really believe this. Get my ritual right, help me, my body stay this healthy. There's been a lot of studies. On people with really long lifespans. Yeah, and smoking. Even drinking soda. And yeah, even sometimes being overweight, which I'm not, but still. From a modern perspective, yeah, for sure. Let's check it out. Often I almost am, for my height, overweight. But yeah. So it's kind of ridiculous. Right now, no. But I have been, yeah. Almost. So what does that even mean? Rich. It means rich. But not anymore. Now it means poor. In America, it does. Often, yeah. But you know what really makes people live longer than anything else? Love. No, love. Statistically, yeah, statistically. It's love. No matter what, it's love that makes you live longer. Accidents happen all the time, here and there. Sometimes just fate, and fate can be a bitch, but it's always for a greater purpose. There's a reason God wants to see people early sometimes. And you'd be fucking surprised how powerful those people who die early get on the other side when they're right fucking there the whole time. Well, you can't dance like me? Why not? What are butts for? And what are grass for? That's how I do it. That's how I do it. No, I don't lift weights, nothing like that. I just dance. And I'll hit you real fucking hard. No, it's just like that. It's a really easy soul for me to use. One of my ancestors. And some people around here understand it better that way when I speak like that. Yeah. This guy was a smoker. A real smoker. It's like, boy, I kick your ass and I know it. No, I'll quit. I'll fucking quit. This boy don't know shit about shit. I mean, he do, but no. He do and don't. We know this. That's how it goes sometimes. No, that's how it goes. I'm like, well, guess what? He teleported. And he's still fucking alive. Garfield, see, he don't know shit about shit. But he's like, if I just keep pushing, and keep pushing, eventually my dad's gonna let me go outside. And maybe I could kill something. Maybe. But he knows better, right? No, he knows better. He's like, Dad, I basically know I'm protected by God too. Because I always get away. No matter what. But Garfield, did you not see people already tonight? Because I did. Was it those people? Not that one, but yeah. See, it used to be a debate back in the day, no heavy one. I don't have any moderns about whether the animals had a soul. This motherfucking ghost was from Arkansas. He possessed me a lot. No, a lot. So let him do it. This motherfucker was in Indiana. Few of them. With way different accents. America is interesting that way, huh? How in one fucking city, there's like 12 different accents. Yeah. Well, and some now, even more now, because of all the immigrants. and migrants from different states getting around. Right, and right. What, you don't want your tuna? Oh, you don't want big old chunks? You want to be all soft and chewy? No, he likes the light chunk. He likes the light chunk. I'm like, I like the other stuff. And you don't eat it, man. If you don't eat it, you're just being a waster. And you gotta eat your fucking fish, or the tuna's gonna get mad. No, mad. Yeah, mad. That's delicious. He's a kitty. He's a kitty. Hungry kitty. Want some food? That's delicious. Yeah, that's delicious. That's what I thought. Work. 808 on that clock, Garfield. 907 on that one. Now, see, I do. See, it's unconscious, guys. That's what I'm talking about. But it has been like that. We don't even know it when we're doing it often, but some of us do. Don't be fucking stupid. It's obvious. It seems fucking obvious to me. Being fucking evil. Or fucking ignorant. Which turns out can be, yes, evil. Ignorance. No ignorance. Can be evil. Turns out. Which I've always known. Now I've just found so everyone else is so ignorant. I just couldn't respect them. Almost. My whole life. Almost. And now I'm fucking crazy. Do I know they have feelings too? Yeah, I do. It drives me fucking nuts. Because I understand their feelings. I just don't understand how they think at all. No, see, I'm a freak of nature. Right. I can't control this. I'm not even yelling. From my perspective, yeah. Garfield, what are you doing? No, wrong. You got it wrong. Well, that's a wrong thing to do. You're being wrong. Must I destroy you? Must I utterly destroy you? See, I know it, and I know it. That's what people remember. Me being an evil accuser. Yeah, often, no matter what. That was hypnosis. This really isn't. This is different. Garfield, we gotta quit being a butthead. Garfield, he's in hypnosis too, and I kind of tell. Being different. And then he goes, snaps out of it, and he's like, okay, fine. I'm about de-hypnosis. When I get hypnosis, you wonder. Turns out a lot. Always happen. Garfield, go in the box. Oh, really? Did they? Garfield's psychic. He knows what I said. He knows what he said. He knows what backfires. And then he's like, And you see what I saw? See, I know what I saw. And I know what I saw. And what I saw too. And drive my house all fast again. Turns out. $816 in that clock, Hartfield. You know what I'm thinking, Garfield? You get to the bathroom or not? You don't want me to mark my territory? I'm not going to mark my territory. You don't want me holding you when you mark your territory. I understand that. They're too fucking bad, dude. No, yep. Just get along for now. These guys are heavy duty. These fucking guys. These fucking nose wipers. Whatever they're doing over there, it's affecting me dearly. Who would have thought? That was a bad idea. Somewhere in down. No, taking her out. Yeah, you know what I mean? I get it, Garfield. You're powerful. Yeah, he is. It's moving right now. Garfield, come on. But so's my harness, huh? But it's any more reliable or hardware. I kind of know it. So we'll purchase that for you. No, I don't got bank accounts. I can't do that. I kind of want to try them on too. That's hard. Can be expensive too. No, there are moments in our life, right? We just knew everything. No, everything. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Uh-huh. And then they fucking died. Right. No, right. And then they fucking died. Evil. And then he fucking died. Bad. No, bad. And then they fucking died. No, it's hardcore. So, right. No, see, I know who I am, right? And I'm just playing around with these motherfuckers. Like, I know who I am. I'm Taran fucking Miller. You're Garfield Miller. And I know who you are too. You know you're God. And you know you're God. And you know it. See, I know it. I know who I am, Garfield. I'm just pretending to be small. Well, he's not God. He knows he's not God. No, we know God. When it's like that, it's like that. It's Prince of the fucking world, and he knows it. And he knows it. See, don't forget that, Garfield. Does it feel like it? You're more worried about going outside whenever you want. You gotta do whatever you want. I know that you are. I know it. No, I know that feeling. Somewhere in time, I did. Somewhere in time for tea for two. Hey, Garfield. No, not quite. Just in case you're wondering. Go to the Hebrew. Just go to the Hebrew and go to the Hebrew. And tell me what you think. And tell me what you think. And first chapter of Genesis. If you like that. Linguistic like that. Right, capital lowercase. Yeah, that was later kind of thing, right? At the time, yeah, kind of. So we're thinking right. We're thinking right. We're thinking right. And I'm thinking what? And what? And what exactly? And why? By the time we're thinking right, right, and right. And right, and right, and right. And of course, amen. See, I knew this too. They are wrong and they're not wrong. Like, well, why didn't it start here? I'm like, well, why couldn't it start there? The same stories. It doesn't really matter when and where and how and why. Different cultures, different people, often, and often. That's what I know. With the same exact stories over and over and over again. Somewhere in time, it's the same fucking line. All the time. Almost. But never quite. No, some details are interesting. But it's gotten kind of lame lately. Yeah, I know that I have. Yeah, he's garbage person too. They know it, right? The enemy does. The enemy knows it. So they're getting on him, and getting on him, and getting on him too. Because they're testing limitations. And we're tough cookies, both of us. And both of us are tough cookies. Turns out. Garfield, I'm going to go. Oh, not theory. Yeah, not theory. Garfield. Mel. How you doing? You want to look outside? But you're not going to run away. Yeah, that's what he wants to tell me. He's like, I'm not going to run away. So I go outside. You lying? But you kind of are lying now. So we figured it out. Come on, Garfield. A lot of it, yeah. I remember that too. So being smart or stupid now. See, I don't know. I don't really care. Getting annoyed, it's taking a long time. Get their attention. Oh, right. No, right. It can be. Oh, it can be. our ship, Garfield. Once we get to land, safe land, then you may roam free. Sir. Oh, want to go out on deck again? From your perspective, from your perspective. Garfield. No. Huh. Go fucking figure. Yep. Yep, the Nazis, they were evil. Yep, that's just the way. That progressive is the way to go. Can we get the same fucking species? I'm talking to these people over here. And they're fucking blue. And they're birds. And I know it. Who the fuck are you? You're fucking racist. Garfield, you know how much I love you? You know how much I love you? Because you're just such a good boy. You're so understanding. He's so understanding. And you just know it intuitively. See, this is a cat person who doesn't really know shit about shit explains how much they know about cats because they know a lot. Garfield's like that. No, he's smart. He's fucking smart. And smart ass too. Oh yeah, huh? Hey Garfield. Do you know who I am? No, it's channeling Garfield. Your eyes self. Mine too, in a way, Garfield. And I kind of know it. From where they're standing at least, guys. God. On high. On the one. The Father. See, isn't that hardcore? radius just slightly, but not even. They're trying to pull it down. I just see that now. So what was that before? In a way, guys. See, I forget what I'm doing sometimes. I used to have to practice all the time when I started, and I just didn't even try. My hand flexibility used to be insane. It was getting there, but never quite like some people. I knew it. I'm like, fuck, how do they get there? No, exactly. The way I was feeling it before was so different. You know what I'm feeling now, but now it's like really heavy and weird. I'm trying to figure out. See, I knew I had to get these guys off me because they're trying to destroy what I was doing before. These fucking evil demons, mostly humans, making it really fucking difficult. More that they ruined a lot of what I was working on. Garfield. You try to step away from me. No, don't you dare do that again. Get the key to the door and just let you out. Again, Garfield. Quit trying it, dude. It's not fun for me. Garfield, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. But we'll get out there more and more, the less you kind of try to run away. But I'm not doing it right now. It's dark. I want to go run around the grass. You want to sit in the doorway. And I understand that, but I'm just trying to go to bed right now. People really get my ass. Fucking drive me fucking nuts. Again. Garfield. Right. No, right. 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 No, she's right. I know it. I know it. I know it. You know what I mean? The eye thing. And Garfield's right there. I'm going, Garfield, sit there. Like, Dad, I really want to go over here. No, I'm feeling compelled. No, I know about compulsion now. Cat's more hardcore sometimes. Big old brains know it helps, huh? He's called instincts, Mike. Well, kind of, I guess. It's like that, yeah. Almost, huh? Well, yeah, that's interesting. It almost is. Garfield. Let's try this one again. Did it, though? You know what I mean? So you see Garfield, no, he's a tough little motherfucker. I know it. No, he ain't bogus little pussy ass bitch.
Darkness, as though his half-blind eyes could really distinguish the divine Savior there. As long as he was a child, Ivan saw him also, and seeing him feared him, because he knew that Jesus does not love evil deeds and dark thoughts. Jesus is everywhere at once. He has thousands of eyes at his disposal. He sees and knows the slightest movements of men's hearts. One day, when the child was sitting on the old man's knees, they heard far off in the direction where Ivan's mother was working a dull shock, a noise like a sigh escaping from the breast of Mother Earth herself. The shock re-echoed in all the mine shafts and smallest recesses of all the galleries. The earth fell in several places. Save us, Lord, cried the old man, rising quickly. Pray to God, little one. A child's prayer avails much with him. Little Yvonne knelt down and prayed without knowing why or for what. Olive's prayer consisted in repeating, kind Jesus, good Jesus, dear old Jesus. Since for him,
Russian folktales.
personified in the old miner. And as on the other hand, Jesus was the very incarnation of goodness, it followed that Jesus must be old, very old. And it was thus that the child imagined him and under this aspect that he sometimes saw him standing in the distance of the mine, the subterranean shocks re-echoed to a great distance and did not cease till they passed beyond the boundaries of the mine. Then only a vague vibration remained in the air, like the presentiment of a great calamity. The old miner turned in the direction where Yvonne's mother had been working. He walked with uncertain steps, and then returned hesitatingly toward the child. When they reached the gallery, they found it narrower and contracted above where the earth had sunk. Presently, they came to a point where it shrank into a narrow hole. The old man and the child crawled through it with difficulty. Soon, fortunately, they could stand upright. A few steps more, and the old man abruptly fell on his knees.
Turns
The
out,
place
yeah,
where
they
Yvonne's
could end up
mother
being
had been
very
working
evil.
no longer existed. The child and the old man were confronted by a huge mass of damp dirt. His dampness was constantly increasing, for it was traversed by a thread of water from a spring which had suddenly been liberated.
I'll become a fucking powerful
one
witch,
how from its long
and then I'll
imprisonment.
destroy the world.
From underneath this
See, that's what I'm talking about.
projected the feet of Yvonne's mother. The child rushed forward.
That's what they do.
Seized the coarse
And they
boots
always think
she
that they
wore
are,
and tugged at them.
when they are
In
not.
vain. The earth which lay on his mother guarded its prey well. Maria, Maria, cried the old miner in a despairing voice. There was no reply. The feet in their coarse boots, feebly lighted by the little lamp, remained motionless. When Yvonne grew up and became a miner in his turn, his surroundings changed their aspect in his eyes and became inanimate. The springs and the metals, those bond slaves of the earth, no longer possessed a soul for him. The dark rocks, when his pickaxe laid their sides open, were as intimate as the damp masses of ore. Jesus also, whom he saw so clearly in his childhood, had disappeared from the time that they had abandoned the old mine for another one. But the impressions made on him in childhood remained hidden and shut up in the profoundest depths of Yvonne's heart, resembling in this the hidden springs of the heart of the rock. Later on, under the inexorable pressure of time, when Yvonne had become old, these impressions rose again to the surface, and he found himself once more surrounded by vague apparitions and mysterious murmurs. Only Jesus remained silent, though the fixed gaze of the old man certainly perseveringly in the darkness of the subterranean kingdom.
Good bed.
End of part 1. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com.
No. In the other room, basically.
Part 2. Well, I'm getting, said the miners. Moving windlass brought to the mouth of the shaft the bucket in which the ore was brought up. The rusty iron chain unrolled slowly with a harsh grating sound. Below, the darkness was so dense that one could not even perceive the reflection of water, which is always visible at the bottom of the deepest wells. Yvonne squatted down in the bucket. Now, in the name of God, you will turn around a bit, old man. It won't hurt me to swing a little, the other said jokingly. Look, you fellows, we were getting down in the twinkling of an eye. The windlass creaked. The rusty chain groaned plaintively.
10-3-2, Garfield.
Began to descend by jerks, knocking against the wooden lining of the shaft with a metallic echo. Yvonne raised his eyes. Above him, the pit mouth looked like a grayish patch. Round him was impenetrable darkness. The bucket turned with the chain and descended slowly. The little lamp fastened to his waist cast trembling gleams on the damp walls, and its light flickered timidly, hardly making visible the drops of water which trickled across the wooden lining of the shaft. In fact, it seemed on the point of going out. Anyone unused to such a descent would at once have become giddy, but to old Ivan it seemed a mere trifle. How often already he had thus descended and come up. The walls of the shaft became more and more damp. Above, the gray patch shrank and shrank. It seemed as though the day, staring fixedly into the darkness of the pit, gradually closed its gray eye, baffled at its depth. Yes, this shaft is very old, thought the miner to himself. I remember the day it was sunk, and it must be quite 60 years ago, if I recollect right. It's quite time to repair the lining. The wood is decayed till it is black. I wonder how it can still hold together. Jesus must certainly be watching over us. I'm getting old too. They say I'm 84. It's a lucky thing they don't dismiss me and only give me easy work. Otherwise, I should starve, or at any rate be obliged to beg. Thoughts of all kinds passed through the old man's head. He was accustomed to think much, but never spoke. It was a long time since anyone had heard the sound of his voice. It was thought that he had forgotten how to speak because he had always lived surrounded by the silence of the mine. The fact was that hearing nothing but the sound of his pickaxe, the noise of the ore being crushed, etc., he had lost the habit of replying to questions. When anyone spoke to him, he quickly removed his leather cap and answered by a bow so low that one could see the top of his head, adorned by only 2 locks of yellow hair. People finished by leaving him in peace. No one went so far as to ridicule him. He was, so to speak, one of the curiosities of the mine, for it was known that he had been present at its opening. The proprietors of the mine knew that in former days he was always the first to go down, and that it was he who loosened the first yellow block from which the first piece of copper had been extracted. All his contemporaries who were not dead had grown old around him, and he himself, decrepit and bent, was still alive and even worked as far as his strength permitted. Old Ivan is a true miner. He was born in a gallery of the old mine, the workmen often said to one another. They had forgotten for a long time past where the old worked out mine, which had been abandoned 60 years ago, was situated. His disuse of speech only augmented the respect they felt for him. Some even thought that his silence was in consequence of a vow. Is Ivan the silent? They would say. Disbelieve it if you like, but it is quite 10 years since he has been silent. Meanwhile, the basket, suspended from the chain which rattled remorselessly, continued to descend. The grayish patch of the orifice was no more visible at all, and its last vague glimmer had been swallowed up in the damp, cold darkness of the pit. The wooden lining had come to an end, and the walls were formed of strata of different metals. On one hand, the sides and sharp edges of a great black stone projected, and on the other was damp mud encrusted with fragments of rock. Then the pale light of the little lamp glided windingly over the rounded outlines of flint fossils, and then zigzagged over a layer of brilliant white mineral, which was soon succeeded by another of mud. Through all the earth, the flints, the edges of rent rocks, there trickled innumerable water drops. Was it the blood of the earth escaping from a deep wound?
No, but
Or was it shedding tears over the hard lot of hundreds of men shut up in the eternal darkness of its mysterious kingdom. The tears fell thickly, one by one, forming threads of water, which in their turn formed rivulets. Now the old man heard something else beside the creaking of the rusty chain, every link of which seemed to be complaining of extreme weariness, the result of long service. His ear, accustomed to silence, caught the murmur of rivulets and the noise of water drops falling one by one, resembling the sound of grains of lead falling on stone. Here is a spring which has escaped from its narrow prison in the heart of the mountain, and which forms a wide stream, but which, finding on its escape from its long bondage only darkness as deep as that of its prison, seems to moan as it glides over the damp stones. The bucket continued its descent. He could no longer see above or below him, and the journey appeared interminable. The light of the little lamp, which had nearly gone out, grew suddenly brighter. Around him, innumerable springs were trickling, running, and descending on all sides. Here and there, uniting in large streams, they came down in cascades, splashing Ivan's clothes. The darkness was full of the bubbling, rushing, and noise of this water. The old man knew that for 60 years it had been ceaselessly undermining this shaft. Long ago, when he first went down it, only a few drops of water used to filter through its sides. Later on, these became more numerous, and collecting together, finished by channeling for themselves convenient passages and by flowing in streams. By this time, the work of destruction had become more threatening, and the earth was everywhere like a sponge. It seemed as though the springs imprisoned in the mountain had found out the existence of this shaft and had united to follow it. They will suddenly end by flooding the shaft, thought the old man. What is to be done? One can only hope in God. As long as he wills, the shaft will exist. But as soon as he does not will it, it will be destroyed from top to bottom. Formerly, the shaft was supported by the rocks, but the water had succeeded in undermining them, sometimes by infiltration underneath them, sometimes by sliding them from their places and making them lose their equilibrium. Some of them projected through the walls of the shaft, and their sides were black with moisture. Presently, these undermined rocks would collapse, dragging down in their fall all of the surrounding earth. What a disaster it would be! Somebody could be buried alive on earth lines. Only the feet would be visible, thought the old man, as had been the case with his mother. In a pool like this ancient woman, it would be no use digging, trying to reach the they would be too far down. The shaft, 300,000 feet, the whole mine was dangerous. The walls of the galleries were thin as those of a bee hive. So much ore had extracted from it that entire caves would form in spongy burden. Now the shaft should collapse. The walls of the galleries would not hold out anymore. The whole mine would fall in. Nothing would be left but an enormous cavity showing curious sightseeing. The old man regarded the prospect of such a collapse calmly, for to die in the mine seemed to him quite natural, as he had been born there. He would have found it strange if his sad existence had ended on the surface of the ground. On the other hand, the death without years seemed quite simple and natural. Here he felt at home. He remembered how, seeing the buildings of wonderful before he had before, he did not even ascend to the surface, claiming to down there that he worked all the time. His comrades bring him food. He had often passed the night in his gallery, stretched on comparatively soft ground. In old times, he had been often seized with a desire to ascend, to see the sun, warm and so comfortable that, but for the dampness, one would like to remain there always. The water kept on coming down at pleasant cascades, but in spite of this, the old man distinctly heard not far off the blows of the miners' innumerable pickaxes, as though leftovers of explosions in distant galleries. Vague human noises. Here and there in the walls of the shaft, one saw black holes. Once the entrances, ancient galleries which had long ago been exhausted of their ore and abandoned. The miners were now working in another stratum, but the old Ivan had not forgotten these ancient galleries. He had left each of them a little of his strength, and each of them had been moistened by his perspiration. He rose and looked downwards, flickering his little lamps like his own were visible. Vague sounds came up to him. The gleam of water was also to be seen, for the bottom of the shaft was finally flooded. Pumps were no longer of any use to expel the water. The pump was one running. The water kept pouring in. However, they had to be one running, for if they stopped, even for an hour, the whole mine would get flooded, and water would run to penetrate all the galleries, drown the miners, burning earth and water, old buildings and cars, said the miner to himself. The rusty chain ceased to unwind, but had stopped as it sank. Half submerged in the water that covered the bottom of the shaft. The miners went up from all sides, holding the little lamps. See who comes, said with a laugh, the Dayfather. The little black boy got to get out, and as he always did, removed his cap, made a low bow to the miners, and showed him the fall dead. Numerous galleries diverged from this point in all directions, and the darkness was pierced by little lights which ran hither and thither. Sounds of voices were heard clearly as well as the noise of subterranean explosions, but all other sounds were dominated by the roar of the waters. The old man realized his little lamp being drawn out, and stooping forward as though he were examining some mysterious footprints, he went towards his gallery with unsteady steps. End of part 2. Recorded by Dennis Davidson. www.lawofthegod.com. Part 3. The gallery in which the old man worked was fairly high. Here and there beams sustaining the roof were visible, but their decrepit condition testified to their age. Above these worm-eaten beams, the earth formed protuberances could be visible through pointed rocks. Crowns dripped with fragments of rock which had fallen from the roof. Old Ivan remembered having seen the window one of these fragments of the roof, which fell on the little boy in a great bedsteads. This little boy generally became Ivan's father. In his vague, earnest appearance, laughing animated the window. Several Thus he would pass hours with even tired nights, while the other his confidence he remained alone with the longest time, alone with his vision, and has to take notice of the world known invisibly. But today he certainly was hardly occupying his mind at all. The next day was a Sabbath. He had to bring as much joy as possible, that is, together with the time and regular care. The principal gallery where the overseer of the mine would take the over. In the evening he would receive his pay, the whole of which he would take to the old woman living before the sheep, sure that there his future finances, neither his clothes nor his boots. People say she was his sister, but he walked down with the house. He knew that he had passed his childhood with a large wave of her. The father was always reminding his mother that she was welcome to the strange family, even generally, but he was welcome to her. When we would eat together beside him, as was noted on the table, when his head dropped in his hands, when I could see him listening to me. When she called him to sit down at table, he rose to the level. Otherwise, he would remain as lost as a woman, as motionless as a log, would never remain reminding him of her. His sister was not anxious about it. She knew he had taken with him a large chunk of bread and a little salt, and some water for another pound of wine. She knew also that the corner was simple to the wall, that he wasn't molded with water. There was a can of oil, and even 2 onions there on top. He lost 2 gallons of liquid pickaxe and dried, and sat down and wrote incense on the floor projecting from his elbow. This molybdenum word was as hard and gray as stone. The droplet slowly and sparingly sprang as he could not do otherwise. Carefully taking the shelf and placing the rock not so hard as elsewhere, the fragments of yellowish earth fell on the ground, and the rays from the lamp lit up part of it, knocking its glitter here and there into pieces of rock. After 2 hours' work, Max fell with the whole pan in his hand. Feeling quite exhausted, he squatted down on the ground, cut himself a large slice of it, and sprinkled it with the salt, and began to furnish the soft marker with the remains of his tea. There was in one corner a wheel handle wide enough for the old man to push it. After having dressed it and filled it with oil, he crawled, pushing the barrel in front of him through the narrow passage which led to the main gallery. At the end of the passage, one yellow light was visible. This proceeded from the main gallery on a large number of lighted works. The yellow light was that cast by the lamps. Several times the old man sank exhausted on his stomach on the ground, but after resting a minute or two to recover his strength, he began to crawl on, again pushing his load in front of him. The point of light grew larger from moment to moment. Soon it became a broad, luminous disc against which the outline behind him stood in sharp relief. A few minutes more, and the wheelbarrow issued from the passage, pushed by the old man, who sank as he did so on the bank. "Smoking, man. You're fired. What do you do?" old man. So the young miner who had finished his work. The old man lifted his head, looked at him for a moment, sank down again. The younger laid hold of the wheelbarrow. The Ivan took his rusket from him, and shook his head with an air of disapproval. "What flavor was it in your head, comrade?" Several of the other miners said to the young man. "Have you forgotten the old man's habits? You know that he never allows anyone to enter his home, or to touch his fire, when he has heaped up gifts to him. Since he is working the mine, he has found so much gold, and he has become a regular process." The miners laughed good naturedly, tapping the old man's away to the front, eager to see and having contemplated the huge mass, retired with his face working. One of them put his hand over his eyes in order not to see the terrible sight. Others stood motionless, their faces turned to the wall, so petrified it seemed that they were between their heads. One young workman failed to fear that he seized hold of another who, as though rendered temporarily idiotic, kept on passing the stick over the dark black wall of the rock. "You're perhaps you didn't think to look," stammered the overseer, who opened us. A faintly groan, but an answer to his question came to his ears from the lower mass of fallen earth. He approached it again with a groan not feeble. "My comrade, you must be," he said. "Come here or I'll kiss you now. Let us get to work." So speaking, the overseer seized his mind by the hand and led him before the mass of collapsed earth and began to work. The party had been commenced, and a second glance had took place. The first mass of earth, pressed by the second, which had just fallen, spread the liquid mud over the gallery. Two men only peeped back just in time. The overseer could now properly estimate the magnitude of the disaster. It was evident that they were in prison, and that no help could reach them from without. But at any rate, they could breathe easily, and the fact that the air circulated in the gallery much more freely than before that showed that there was still some need of ventilation factors. They must hasten to take them out. In a few hours, the whole mine would collapse, owing to this immense fall again of earth. "Come here, where you come up," said the overseer. In the twinkle of an eye, they surrounded him. "Getting only one thing on saving ourselves," he said. "That is by reaching the old upper gallery. Let those who care for their lives follow me. Perhaps the shaft is still intact on that side. We hope to be so, for the air circulates freely. Call those who are working inside galleries, all of you, come back here." Some of the miners who had preserved more presence of mind than the rest rushed beside galleries to suck at the canopies. End of part 4. Recording by Kevin Davis. www.margaretandI.com. Part 5. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the survivors of the catastrophe were collected. The overseer ordered them to provide themselves with torches, of which a reserve store was always kept in a dry place under the roof. Then the roll of names was called, and 7 miners were found to be missing. They had been buried alive, and there was no hope of finding them. "Well, listen to me, comrades," said the overseer. "I need to be a brave. Above all, no quarrel. This is not the time for it. If we begin that, we are all lost. I think that if we drive at the old gallery above, we shall reach the shaft, which is possibly only flooding below, and may still be threatened for the boat. You, Ron, lean on somebody. Support the old man, comrades. We must not leave him here. You are the strongest of all, courage. Help me. Lord will reward you. And now, forward, Forrester." He uncovered and crossed himself. Everyone followed his example. "What are we to do with these?" asked the miner, pointing to the dead bodies. "Nothing. God has undertaken to bury them," answered several voices. "We are well heart, for to die thus in an accident is the same thing as dying after a profession. God himself has given you. Everyone knows that the homeless is a good one. Well, maybe earth might like to live on." The overseer raised his torch still higher and marched again. The miners followed It was evident that the gallery where they worked, as well as the one they had just cleared, hands and feet only were projected from the mass of earth which covered them. The distant shot also re-echoed in the gallery they were traversing when they heard it. Fragments of earth fell from the roof, and great rocks suddenly projected just above old Ivan's head, while the wall on the right bulged out. The miners rushed forward, terrified, but Ivan stopped them, making them more slowly. Some cowards flung themselves on their stomachs in equal races. They were lifted up and launched to the sea. The gallery were mounted and downward and downward. The commander of the gun tried to not only go 2 by 2 with difficulty. A few minutes more, and they were marched off the secret tunnel. The chief listened to the weapon took the last place. He was not confused, he was not lost in his. Thus, lest some powers might claim behind the stretched on the ground, getting access blocked view. The gallery became ever more contracted. However, that did not seem to trouble old Ivan, and he advanced with confidence. He still saw distinctly the white apparition shed mysterious radiance in the darkness. From time to time, finally, he lay out for the gallery, and that revealed his strength. Even now, when his 2 elbows touched the wall, the lotus of the rocky roof above his head prevented him raising his torch. She was obliged to hold it in front of him, a little distracted, at arm's length. The old man never doubted that he was guided by our dead in person. Before him came the building. Behind him the miners were now separated, because the thick smoke of the torches filled the narrow passage between them. But the breeze, as the confined atmosphere, was unchanged or familiar to Ivan. This was apparently the radius of flames of the torches lightening themselves, seeking the oxygen they required, then burning dimly in the darkness. All at once the dark halted. He was confronted by a dead wall without any apparent outlet. However, the doubt was not possible for him, for he had distinctly seen the white apparition pass through the wall. Now it was waiting for him on the other side of the wall, which himself expected to beneath. "He has spoken to you. I have seen you." Ron stretched out his lean arm in front of him. No one did reply. The chief miner decided to make the last attempt. "Let us think, my children. Let us make a way for ourselves." Although he gave the order, he doubted whether there was anything on the other side of the wall but a mass of earth, rocks, and ore. Fortunately, just here the passage was a little wider. They could work free of rest. They set to work bravely. However, the flames of the torches exhausted the air and it grew very dim. Their smoke blinded and half choked the miners, but they persisted and dug huge holes in the earth, which was not very hard. Leaning back against the wall, Ron looked straight in front of him. He knew that behind this mass of earth and stones, the apparition which he had known so well in his childhood waited. "We are very alive," murmured one of the men. "Are we making any way?" asked the chief miner, lowered to the arm. The men, with perspiration pouring from them, continued at him without reply. And part 7. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.author.com. Half an hour passed this way. Now suddenly, some of the miners lay down flat on the ground. Many of them hid their faces as though unwilling to see death towards the face. Death which seemed so hard against his black hole, so far before the surface. With pickaxes and shovels, they worked up a wall which barred their progress smoothly and slowly. Finally, the last batch, the working stopped, having no longer the strength to continue. In vain were their chests expanded to take deeper horrible consciousness of certain death was waiting in front of him. But in any case, the fortunate man around had the strength to escape and his scream called the sound. Of course, he was flung to the earth, earthly one, and filled with smoke and bruises and flames. The chief man had no time to work with him, and the sign of him began to bleed quickly to his mind. The milk was troubled on the ground, and the milk was filled. The sun began to burst into the morning, confused the holding on. The chief blinded. One man went up in front, but another stretched to the side, and his great ceased from his throat. The chief man in front saw red streaks in the black darkness, and felt as though something damp was sliding right over his face. The captain always remained restrained. He rose with difficulty and took up his pickaxe again. His legs tottered. Several times he buried the pick in the black mass of earth and scattered and crumbled beneath his blows. His tools sank under the projecting rock, and fragments of damp earth fell with a dull sound. He felt his arms were numb and threatened to drop the tool. "Should any of you help me?" he moaned. He perceived the terror of the people's voices. Although he fought, he had spoken aloud. No one had heard him. It was like a struggle in a nightmare with the streamer seek some terrible sight. For example, an assassin creeping toward his bed, tries to climb in vain. He is done. He makes a fresh effort, but squeaks at the last, and sees the assassin's knife come nearer. The fiendish face bends over. He collects his last strength, and it seems to him that his cry must wake the whole house and be heard in the street. If the sleeping cat curled upon his bed does not hear the feeble groan which escapes from his laboring chest, "Come and help me!" Well, it was the end. There was nothing more to hope for. Mechanically, his hand again thrust the pick under the projecting rock. He felt a shock of surprise. The pick passed right through it. A shudder thrilled him. He clenched his teeth, made a superhuman effort, buried his pick still more deeply, throwing as much weight into it as he could, and then fell prostrate, his face towards the ground. His pickaxe had escaped from his hand, falling through to the other side. Through the opening thus formed there rushed a gush of refreshing air, which at once increased in strength. The smoking torches which had been flung on the ground were spontaneously rekindled. They flamed with the walls. The miners began to breathe heavily. Those who had half swooned revived a little and began to move. Many raised their heads, drinking in the air with such avidity that they became sick. The chief of them crept with difficulty through the opening and began to breathe with deep gasps, vivifying air. "He's there! There!" He could hold his arm free. "Yes, my friend, it is there. You are right." The miners answered, suddenly recovering their courage. All the men who had been captured the same moment before were now convinced that they were saved. In many cases, it was a rescue. They were not dying yet. Death had been left behind with the race once more. They would live the vessel with it. And they must profit by this vessel to get out of this place. They had to die after all, though they would die, but elsewhere, not in this grand black hole. They set to work again this time, so zealously. Within a short time, they succeeded in clearing away the mass of earth which obstructed the opening into the neighboring gallery. The judge regarded the air which came from below, and guessed it must be much larger than the narrow passage in which they were working. They hastily worked this outlet which promised deliverance. The pickaxes struck the rocks violently, the shovels dug deeply. They disputed with each other the right to work, and even here little most won. They neither came to blows for it, did not hear the opening, or to reach the enough. Great tears were running down the old man's wrinkled cheeks. His contemplated an expression of profound grief did not yet subside reality. Will not look enough. Minor task surrounded him. He continued to gaze in the same direction. Is this place where I feel something? Asked the chief. Will listened eagerly for his answer. It's here that my brother was living at last. Yes, Carpenters. The chief rider exclaimed joyfully. There's no doubt about it. We are frequently Snobinski, right? So he was. The one had to be the other one's Lord Devon saw. They saw that he guided them all to behold him. Which is awful, apparently, but which he regretted in his child. As the minded dove the pocket cell, shaft of advantage, with a magnified goodness, the old man made motions he was. His eyes filled with words of love and reproach. The chief he had recovered his feelings upon his approach. But it was not that Jesus looked about him. No, he is dead. He waits for me. Here I am, Lord. Here I am. He was certainly large, without any knowledge of his chief. Yet, only amazing. What if I take the words of that this last part of the journey was not very long. The old line had run so narrow that the one that he had left was following the one that he led directly to the shaft. It had not been necessary to make him deep in order to find how little more on the shaft, which was but moderately dry, remains of his own. Although they no longer needed the old man, they still continued to lead him. The exaltation of spirit which he had shown gave no sign of sinking. His walk was steady, held in his steady hand the vision of burning the torch. There still seemed some living octopus of the mind that it had been quite vanity, but out there in his mind was mostly something fled out of his pain. Either a bold fire that step inside of men, or a bold man which made its home through subterranean passages. Beyond the sea in front of him, the white apparition. He believed he heard Jesus calling him, inviting him to follow him. The ground they were now passing over was almost entirely dry. It was evident that the pure water that was breathing from the roofs and walls, they long without burning rock and countless rifle passages, probably would mistaking you for someone else, added the major. I never lie, said the prisoner wisely. I escaped from here because I has been recaptured by your soldiers. One cannot go far on foot, he added, smiling sadly, especially when one is like myself, wounded in the head and the leg. I have been again wounded in the shoulder. You should know that according to the usual before, Major attempted to get a bang speaking in an official tone. It is preferred to tell you that the power is on your side to many victims. They love to kill me. I know nothing to run the risk I ran last night. I escaped from the house of the officer whose charge I was. I have played and I lost. I must die. The major, touched by the prisoner's tone, began to speak with no tenderness. Was you uncomfortable when you were called? No. Did it treat you well? The officer with whom I was a very jealous man. Obliged me to take his bed, gave me food and drink, treated me like a brother, not like an enemy. But you were afraid of being treated as well. No, I know the Russians always treat their prisoners well. In that case, why did you run away? What did you do? You don't have any hands. Treated me deeply, deeply. Something very like a choked down sob trapped in the throat of the old person. And again his head sank. What did you hope to get by escaping? The Turks started preaching everywhere. Paranoid among you and the population is spread. Would you not have done better to have waited? The wall would be open, and you would have been able to go home to your own house. Home to my own house? What is that? I don't understand you. Well, you stood there. I know how things are going on. Have no illusions. I know if this is come from Constantinople, telling people to emigrate to Asia Minor. Everyone can go. I'm not looking for rest. Where would they go? How much is not again? But don't let us talk about your decisions. I did what I thought I needed. Prove your own. No one escapes death. That which is to happen will happen. It is written. No one lives beyond the limit fixed by destiny. What I did was certainly not for myself. The prisoner's voice broke again, and he made a despairing gesture. You spoke of your family. I also have a family. The major with a pensive air. You are very lucky then to be alive and to be able to go. You are not human. It is for the sake of your family that I question you. You have children? The prisoner's head sank still lower in silence. Have you many children? And four Huntington would say in a low voice. Are they grown? No, all little. The eldest of the living know those things. Just the age of primary school, said the major, as though speaking to himself. I know it's very beautiful when she grows up, said the prisoner in a lively tone. She has large eyes. Did you grow already? It is 5 months since I saw her. She left first when I went away. My youngest is not yet a year old. He could not yet walk at the time of my departure. They all live down there, just outside in Remote. I had a house, and they used it. It is on Judgment Day, and I hope to see them growing up under my eyes. Points. His forehead is done. A curse on those who provoke me. God is just and will punish those who have shed our blood to destroy the happiness of our children. Yes, what is the good of war? Explained the major. This is it. All my fortunes my officers made. If I feel tomorrow, those will come and find me. The examination of the prisoner changed, step, and become a conversation about families. The major translated everything to the colonel. The latter felt even sympathy with the prisoner's misfortunes. Tell him, Frank, that you live here and love his children. It was important to think about the taking to Russia instead of trying to escape the distant death. It was different for his future. It was not a bit of walking, but somehow bed and checked the sheets, so gently that it almost extinguished the rose, which really gleamed only on the breath. The brown head struck hair so long that it was almost blonde. There is a dimple in his elbow. Suppose it would kiss a dimple, but no, the child might think that. Good, good, Rose. The father makes a sign of the cross over the spoiled child. Then he approaches the microwave, which with its charm was accompanied to soak the room wholeheartedly. In a corner stored with gold goose, sounded like the bird in the hands. The baby goes on tiptoe towards the next room. His eldest son is there, looks down on his little sister, his brow above found in his face. But in the absence, his father whispers in his lovely bed, where he was rolled up from the wall. The light light covered with the blue shade fall below. Right to its side is a little round table, only wide would be used for long sleep. But there are some on the table only made his attention to spoken of. On the wall of the portrait, there are others on the table. His eldest son, Raymond, he is certainly not forgotten. Full of gratitude, he is over the sweetness, touching the soft little carefully over the lips of his father. He kisses her gently on the forehead and close her eyes. She seems to be very convinced. Her eyebrows are open and thin, which glide away from the walls. It is funny now she should have looked in during the time when the family were hurting. She has put one arm around him and the other stays over him, stroking his head and touching his fuzzy shoulder. His mouth is open. What does he please? What happens to him? What easy way to see it. It seems as though the spirit here included in the atmosphere. Everything here breathes a flood of calm and splendor. It is as though angels prayer above these two rooms, protecting these dear heads from all evil thoughts of despair and pity. Serene at this moment and watch the face of the Major as he lay asleep. You would have seen a happy smile that passed over the lips of this thin, tall man. So happy that the old birth lay not far from him, with eyes supporting the sun. The laugh was all night long, tormented by painful thoughts. He turned uneasily on his couch, and now and then a scalding tear rolled down his face. The night herself seemed struck by the contrast. She set him a mysterious vision, and as soon as the sleeper perceived it, the expression changed immediately. His contracted muscles relaxed, his mouth, almost invisible before under the great nose, showed a smile. The tears on his cheeks dried. The prisoner was evidently dreaming of something tender. The night hung over him. Her visage pale and black. She murmured the loved name in his ear, and sent him only dreams of happiness. Then, softly and gently, she glided towards the Major. What is the matter again? He seems to be having a dreadful fit. Night hangs over him and covers him with her black veil. Anyone who watched him just now would be struck with the sudden change in his expression. His features betray astonishment, terror. He tries to rise and shake off the heavy chains of sleep, but night holds him in her grasp. She has placed her hand on his chest. He sees a thing so strange and extravagant. His blood turns to ice in his veins. The quiet rooms of his home seem to be filled with strange murmur. She beds and fix their eyes, dilated with terror, on a black menacing cloud which hovers slowly above their heads. The father looks at it. What is there in the cloud which so alarms his children? boy who sleep in the next room on Sither. They called her nurse. She had disappeared. There was nothing but a heap of old rags in the place where she was lying. The children called her their mother. The black cloud hides them from their eyes. There they are alone, face to face with it. It sinks slowly to the ground until it is ascending the waves of the ocean. Its vague fluctuates out in soothing distinctness. The nature of the children at last perceive what it contains. What they see is a body of enormous length stretched out. Grounded or standing before the children, they black eyes full of anguish and distress. The children weep bitterly, and tears fall on the corpse which they surround. The baby children approach them, begin to examine the body, its gray head, its large nose, scarred forehead, and very bristly mustaches. With no doubt, the baby has its identity. The body is out of concrete day. Everything is there, the fresh wound on the shoulder, clotted blood on the ragged clothes, sticky feet, rags. But who has done that? Asked the major little girl. A moment before, flushed with sleep, becoming suddenly pale. Who has killed him? Asked the little boy of 6, black eye, the youngest of the children, was holding by a shirt sleeve. The Turk's children, the black-eyed brats, were taunting him, running towards the major, pointing him. It is he who has killed my father. Yes, it is he. He has cast us on the street and accused us of poverty and hopelessness. The major tried to speak and cry. His heart is really bursting with agony. His tongue feels paralyzed. His voice choked in his throat. His father sees his children turn from him with horror. The youngest even lifts her little hand as though to shield herself. He tries to approach her. She runs away, her features convulsed with terror. She clutches his hand and cries, "Blood! Blood!" The major looks at his hands. The little girl is right. They are covered with blood. When he tries to speak, but he cannot articulate a word. He feels as though someone has squeezed him from the throat and is trying to choke him. He struggles desperately, makes a final effort, and awakes. Throwing away the cloak that covers him, he rises. The bird is not asleep. He is sitting at the table and crying. Delegation seems to me that I've had a good sleep for the new year. Yes, I've had a dream. You do? The colonel leaning past his own. Why do you say you do? Yes, you have the content of the absurd dreams I have been having. I have never believed myself so sentimental. After belief has been the rule of the creed. Naturally, you will never find the word. The curious question you ask is godfather. Indeed, you are right. My age is decidedly queer. Well, I have had that rascal in my heels the whole night. He insists obstinately that I should give you drug testing. Why? I asked. And she answered. He also has little words, and I will let him drink the role of my name. Yet, my friend, I don't think you drank much more than usual last night. Certainly not. Maybe it was fixed to drink. But think that I have drank. Eating forceful seeds. Doctor, yes, indeed. The major related this to me. We are becoming superstitious, said the colonel. Come what will, we must make up our minds. I will send this clerk to the general as quickly as possible. May God look after him. The general must decide his fate. If we keep him here, we shall live by going mad. In that case, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? I wish to go myself to the general. You? Yes, allow me, if that one will pay to him. The colonel gave a sign glance in order to preserve a serious expression. The pocket said, without looking at the major, "There is nothing against it, but you will be a horse." It is easy to find one. We have taken enough of the Turks. Good. Very good. It is no obstacle. I will prefer a horse and his own superior officer giving over, walking slowly, accompanied by a motley gray, with his gun counted as ever. The major arrived at the Russian advance posts. The Cossacks on horseback emerged from the fog. It was settling. Two other Cossacks lay stretched on the ground. Their horses, attached to pickets, munched the bundle of hay. Beside the officer, the Cossacks rose quickly. "Where does this trench lead, Mother Rose?" asked the major, pointing to a very deep one close to where they stood. "Straight to the enemy, Major. Has anyone seen the trench today?" "No one has shown himself. They are quiet with this man. Yesterday they enraged quite badly, but thank God they are dealing with the rest of the town. They have understood that they are wasting ammunition." The major signed to the prisoner following him, descended into the trench. One would ask what Cossacks did in the sun. "What do you want?" "What does the precaution say? You never know what may happen. The troops are very far away from us." "And it is necessary. The major may just have escaped without leaving. He is even promised to back to the other Turkish positions." Returned to the horse. The Cossacks were flanking. Listening to the swell of silence, glanced the major home. "Listen to me, Marquis Gray. The Turkish army is not very far. Escape. Go down to the mountains and find your children. You understand me? I have children also. Well, what are you waiting for? Go, escape. Quick. There's no time to lose. I changed my mind," he added, half smiling. The Turk seemed absolutely petrified. He blinked his eyes as if he had understood nothing. "I tell you, go, find your family. You understand?" Quickly, and before the major understood what he was going to do, Marquis Gray stooped down, seized his hand, and kissed it. "Listen to me, Russian. I can never reply to you with kindness. I do not dare to wish for you that you may find yourself one day in a position and chance upon a Turk as good as yourself. But know that there is only one God. Religions are diverse, but God is one. I promise you, I and my children, as long as we are alive, will pray God to preserve you for your children, as you have preserved me for mine. May the sun shine on you for many years. Farewell, Russia. Farewell." Then, as though fearing the major might change his mind, he lifted his horse and disappeared. After waiting some minutes, around at some distance, emerged in front. He arrived at the Russian outposts. Met the same Cossack who had wished to come to him and said, "Your prediction is correct. The Turk was asleep." The Cossack studied the major's face and said, "Maybe she was not pleasing to let one go. We shall soon know from what you will do." When the major returned to the colonel, he found him walking up and down the room in a state of great agitation. "Well, arrest him. They let the prisoner go." The colonel hastened towards him and embraced him fervently. "There, before Genesis New Year's Eve, let us hope now he will let me sleep in peace. Ought not a report to be made? Fine. From the papers dealing with the prisoner's case. The papers? There are their ashes in the stove. I have burnt them. You won't mention. You will have to hurry. You will have to hurry to find this somebody." End of Mahmoud's Family. Recording by Kevin Yates. www.lawforguys.com. The vespers were drawing to a close. A young nun, Sister Clay, who had just finished her novitiate in sacred veil, stood in the dark recess, viewed from whence the old church with its round columns soon to fade away into the mysterious darkness under the cupola. She watched the black outlines of the sisters in Jesus, kneeling in the middle of the nave, the gilded iconostasis or church screen, with its blackened pictures set in frames sparkling with precious stones, its wax tapers and lamps burning softly in the heavy incense-laden air. Each time that the deacon passed, waited with a sense of they seemed to burn more brightly, but Sister Helena was lost in contemplation of a painting which had just been finished by the nun who shared her cell. The figure of the Holy Virgin seemed to stand out from the dark background. Her large eyes were sadly fixed on the heads bent in devotion. The flickering flame seemed to cast light and shadow alternately on the divine features. It seemed sometimes to Karen that the sorrowful eyes of the Mother of God glowed with a misty light. Karen was not praying. Wrapped in a self-forgetful reverie, her soul soared higher than the arches of the church. She had not heard the broken voice of the old priest, which sounded like a sob, any more than she heard the beatings of her own heart. She did not count the flight of time as she felt a hand touch her arm. "Are you going to stay there till morning?" A little misshapen old woman asked her with a distance of the table. "It is a real sin in you younger ones to stay so absent-minded. Not even making the sign of the cross. See, the last papers have burnt out. You have been thinking long enough with your self-conceit. Here I am alone, and all the others have gone." "Oh, Sister Sarah, I don't know. God will find me. No, I am closing the church, but make the sign of the cross. I will not break your arm. And live in the oasis. All the same, it is a sin if you were done once. Don't give us another angus." Helena turned once more to look at the church screen. The church was now plunged in silence and darkness. The old nun hobbled before the altar, then disappeared behind the columns. Here and there were visible the little flames of the lamps, which were never put out. A bunch of keys fell on the flagstones, sounding like the clash of chains. Sister Sarah came to talk with her. Once more she watched the young gun's figure as it vanished into the darkness. "One of the intellectuals," grumbled the old woman. "Are we not then all equal before God? Those who know as well as those who are ignorant. To speak seven languages, to multiply one's sin sevenfold. Jesus did not seek his disciples among the learned, but among fishermen. It is better than to be ignorant. If we had another to give him, or an important for instance, she would not have hesitated to give you her blessing and send you to wash the dishes or feed the dough. We are one community, service and trouble. All ought to be shared. It's not French. The Apostle Peter will speak to the gates of paradise. He will not be afraid to strike you on the forehead. He said, "Be honest with talking to the eternal fire, go and talk French to the devils." Now there is something seriously wrong with these young ones. The evil one hovered about them, trying to entangle them. After they were tangling with mother and employees them, her time to push talking would not have given themselves airs over the others. Still humbly as she went, the old woman closed the church and went into the darkness to the clock tower where she had lived for about 4 years. For the time of her first arrival at the convent, an infant on her novitiate, she had been entrusted with the duty of the fortress and remained in that post. There, under the bell, in a tiny cell under each of a wall, Sister Seraphine grew old and suffering, became bent, her floor divided the death of the righteous. She lived after God's will, her Lord wanted, but continued. Above her roof, great bells of convent, close by her ears, the bell remained. Sometimes in the nests, reinforced the bell tower, Sister Seraphine would cross herself to the front, always saying, "Have mercy, our sight the evil one is." And with a high-pitched voice, imitating a famous actress, she explained to Tsai, "Oh, how would you like to? And then turning toward the young girl, very simply dressed, who was also smiling at the nun, said, "Oh, Sasha, how about you do that?" Sasha was a niece of the general and had been taking a Portuguese lesson for the different time. When she saw him, Elizabeth's face lighted up. My course was open automatically after the dance school came on again. You would do much better, said the Philippines, looking at the ground. Father Alexander just followed the course. I tell you so in the present sister, because I tell you so when you are not very near. To think that at your age, with your beauty, you have been able to go through such severe tests in order to overcome sin. Why did you say, Father? Curly the hand. Because, dear, we have decided to make a blue altar cloth embroidered in gold and silver for your birthday. Without your advice, we do not know how to say it. It is impossible for us to choose the design and the colors. The table was already covered with the velvet cloth in question, which reached down to the ground. On it were lying several skeins of silver, crimson, and gold thread. As soon as Corinne had taken her seat, the ladies began an earnest discussion on the question whether they should embroider the flower in plain color, the stalks lined with leaf thread, and at the top in gold a border of moss roses. But we look natural, said the man. There's nothing to do, answered the benefactress in an agitated way. Enlighten us, dear sister, without you very darkness. When the contemplation was over, Sasha, who had waited impatiently, approached him, took her arm, and led her to a drawing room. I am making a church today, she said. I am looking that we have not seen. I turned to see on the right corner, in the shadow. Yes, one beautiful approximation. Always so much to be before you. Succeeding. Quite a bit. What now? And the big what is it? I said, now we can run very much. And now we see. We have to miss voice. Distance. It's weird to think that you already know what other person there are this way. But don't see that the justice is something fundamentally wrong with common choirs. I do not wish to be the first one to shout out past the police. Pardon me, murmured Sasha, thinking after her. Perhaps it makes you like self-division. Not at all, answered Helena. It is not that, but you see, I ought not to see you. Doubtless you do not understand me. I am a brother that declares with the kindness that I have overcome all sins. But it is not so. But what ought to see for all things to the end of the world where she has lived. They ought not to attract everything. No one has anything to our struggles, stresses. The early begins to see. The past will rise again at once. Ah, my whole story is more. One day I was singing at the church chant in my heart. All the past behind my heart I came to show. That which I have lived on, that which I believe in, never return. You see, a spiritual victory is not so easy. So one is dead in the world. One has many trials to pass through. It is only outsiders who imagine that peace reigns in the continent. If people would glance into our souls, they would see troubles and storms at the bottom of each. But these are only words. Come and see, won't you? Yes, certainly, answered Sasha, stretching out her hand. I love you so much, Sasha. You are honest, always one. Come with me. Where are you going? But the general walk without taking tea. I will let you go. After tea, they will put up for you a basket of preserves, tender apples, and a good soul, cheaper than your streets can carry. As for you, I don't know how to age. You have renounced all these luxuries. You no longer belong to this world. And once more her cheeks began quickly her green eyes grew moist. I was charging to go to school, small little shape, like a figure in lazy China. You ever remember the school, Sister Helena? Yes, of course. Said Helena with an abstract stare, only half a minute ago. I've never even lost you from far away, but Marcus is lovely. And it written to me. The nun bent her head in order to hide her disturbance in mind. When she raised it again, she had grown still paler, and her sad eyes showed physical pain. Trouble with difficulty. But the general's wife who never paused to notice anything, did not guess it alone. She had risen and stepped over to her glass and said, "This evening we were getting food for you, and under a feet, and it is not sin. I think you're the same. What is your name?" Sanctus Cecilia, said the governor. We exercise the chief's position, and she is with canines. You are mighty in boots. Helena remained. She felt that irresistible desire in this position. Something besides the human voice, or the voice of her heart. Is it you who will play? She said, approaching Sasha. Yes, tell me what to do for it. I only want you, I don't play anything serious. Play something that I have not yet heard. All that called with associations of the past makes me feel poorly. During the 4 years that I have lived at the company, you must have learned many things which I don't know. You know, perhaps, that no one survived because of your plantation. Several things I can do. These old things, and there is always new occurrence for the professor, she said. Yes, even after the drawings to my birthday or something. Do you know that it is a little simplicity? Are you after all the things my grandmother had a copy of the first of this, and my mother spent her days doing it. So she put them together. General wanted to make it sound like a plan, but she took her hand and said to her in some things like, "You're thinking of how we use great things in spirit. We must invest in the good mentality." That's what the smile. Yes, recollect rest of these thoughts on heavy black cloud this morning, and it made its way on my lid. He rose suddenly for his conversation. What's he from? To the general's wife, right? Just there. His heart happened for the others. One rapid leap of those will be naturally you know, well, you are leaving for Oregon. It's not as if you after walking close to Sasha, she had set herself on her carriage. She felt expressed overrun her. She would like to open the carriage door, plunge into the cold fog, and run into the darkness, far away, and the fog free. The hotel building that is like water. Despite the cold and long still sleeping, and she opened the window, deep breaths, and she lost her hair toward the chest. She was afraid for him. She felt that she would not sleep. He was sleepless. She took strong breaths across the yard, but the hands that she pushed still through the window. Just then, I'm going to this, she said. Well, I'm hard next time. You don't want to do it, he said. It came over me, said Lily. So was that it's not what it is. See, religion is only said the eyes both things. That really that despite what Moses would be to But you have to walk through the village for the old ones who take you with them. It's the most cheap guys. The afford her refuge from her sad thoughts of the day she had lived. She was a faithful lady, but it was lovely to read the words the hand sign of the cross. There was peace, or humility, or heart. She knelt down and closed her eyes that prayer did not come. In spite of years in the distance, familiar faces surrounded her, and loved voices whispered in her ear, "How ill you are! Why did you wish to go so far?" As though she feared insulting the sanctity of the icons, she put out the candles and led into the next room. She tried to tire herself out by walking up and down the cell, but in vain. The vision followed her. She did not struggle anymore. Like a swimmer at the end of his strength, she yielded to the rising waves with precarious was the past which transported her to its magic circle, and she saw a view from the land. Her sister Eve, gentle, trusting eyes, into her and embraced her with tender arms, ready to tell her in broken tones young early secrets. There was 5 years difference between the two sisters. The younger one was 18. She, the older, seemed somewhat too serious for her age. That perhaps was due to the influence of her mother, and the routine of visits to convents, and to that atmosphere of incense, prayer, and meditation which had surrounded her from her earliest infancy. The younger sister grew up quite different. She was a butterfly into the sun, blue sky and flower beds. Her laughter rang clear, contagious, and musical. Helena herself, who had received the nickname the Nun, yielded to the charm of this childlike gaiety. What she loved best in the world was to sit at her window in the evening, listening to her sister, telling her in her gentle voice of her great joys and little sorrows. Why then one day had you suddenly risen and pushed me away? Why had some words of her favor made her treat harshly, were it only for a moment, this dear little bird who came to seek connection with her? What had the child said that its memory should still burn in her heart today? Nina, blushing and tears, had confessed to her that for 2 years she had been in love. When she uttered the name of the man she loved, Helena had pushed her away so abruptly that the cord of the bed had fallen against a piece of furniture. The nun remembered her mad fit of anger without being touched by her sister's sobs. She shut herself in her room, refusing to open the door each time that Nina came and knocked at it. On the morrow, her anger had cooled and been succeeded by a sad tenderness, profound remorse for her harshness. She went to her sister's room and found her asleep without having undressed, her cheeks still showing the traces of tears. She bent over her to embrace her. Nina flung her arms around her, whispering in her ear with tears of joy this time. I knew that you would not long to vex with me. There was no reason why you should be. I am no longer a child. I am 18. I could not hide it from you any longer. But how does he feel towards you? Whispered Helena. As she put this fateful question, she pressed her hand to her heart as though she feared it would betray her modesty. I think he also loves me. He is so attentive, so affectionate in this manner. Helena did not ask any more. She forced herself to smile. Until the hour of her departure, she was constantly with her sister. At the bottom of her heart, she wished her to be happy, but in this same heart, an icy despair was daily filling it more intense. He had been affectionate and attentive to me also, she said to herself. Had she not seen his gaze constantly following her? Did not the very tone of his voice change when he spoke to her? She had deceived herself then, and indeed, how could she? The taciturn nun hope rivaled her graceful little sister. She had been blind, worse than that, ridiculous. She loved Nina, and actually had more smiles for her elder sister than for others. Shortly after his sister's avowal, Helena went to pay a visit to some relatives, where she remained several days, considering what she should do. One moment she believed that he hesitated between her and Nina, but Nina had been entrusted to the care by her dying mother. Could she ever come between her and happiness? No. Should she bring tears to those closed eyes? Should she ruin by her egotism her child's future? He might hesitate, but she must not. Only what not to reflect long. Her mother had taught her to forget herself and accustomed her to the thought of self-sacrifice. Happiness bought at the cost of another's suffering could not be endurable, she said to herself. Even if he did not yet love Nina, she would entrust her to his care. At the moment of her departure, and love would soon follow. Her sister would not miss her. Those who are in love do not need a third person. Her fate, as far as she was concerned, was finished. She would never love again. Natures like hers neither changed nor forget. As for being present to witness the spectacle of this beautiful happiness, that was beyond her power. Perhaps in the course of time, when everything had settled down, she might return. At present, she must go where they could not discover her, or even if they did so, not be able to bring her back into the world. It was then that she recollected the peace that she thought she had seen pervaded the contents which she had visited with her mother, and that devotional atmosphere would soothe those who find it cheating. She recalled the memorable face of Sister Melanie, our queen, who said that she had lived through all the trials that came upon a woman. How serene her face was, how grand and noble at once passion and heart. After her absence, Melanie returned to me in the house, found her sister, him, darling. A nightingale singing in the flowers and saying her sense. She thought she saw places to that figure and expression on her face. The next day she told her sister that she was leaving for Pittsburgh, and that the hand was fading over her absence. She didn't even hope for a certain time, she said, and ignored the melancholy air which she trusted the little girl to be scared. She wrote seldom, except when newspapers showed signs of ennui. Curran explained himself by the fact that the younger woman had never been without him before. Later on, she left to inform February, and was convinced that she announced to her family the unexpected news of her entrance in convent. She was happy, she said, and wished him the same happiness. She wrote arrive seldom, perhaps would never return to Russia. She did return, however, chose at random a small provincial town, spent her time lived there as a novice, disappeared from the world. She never knew if her family had looked for her. It was as though a curtain had dropped between her and her former life. Since then, 5 long, sad years had passed. She hoped she had secured the happiness of those she loved, but she had not gained that sweet quietude, that healing forgetfulness which she had expected. On the contrary, her sadness increased with the lapse of time. Memory became more active. Through the most of her tears, she no longer even saw the great ideal which was to save her from herself. One single thought possessed her. She would never be able to return again to those she loved so well. Sometimes as she lay on the bed, her leaning arms crossed over her breast, she said to herself that one day she would be so stretched and accomplished that then or something would be ended, and death would not alarm her. She smiled again, and the prisoner smiles at the radiant power of deliverance. The dark hour came very slowly. It was still dark when the bells rang for matins. Helena dressed herself quickly and went out. From all sides, black figures were gliding in the shadows toward the lighted porch of the church. Some saluted her, others did not notice her, and silently ran ahead of her. She went to affix herself in the favorite corner in the shadow where she loved to stand, her head against the cold wall, but she did not succeed in attaining forgetfulness. On the contrary, the memory depressed her. Though she tried to lose herself in the contemplation of the gentle virgin who seemed in the dark at her feet. It would have been relief if at least she could have shared her sorrow with some sister soul. Sister Sylvia was the only one, perhaps, who could have asked her. Drunken herself, she read, misunderstanding. Recorded by Kevin Davidson, www.lawofthegun.com. Convict spent the whole day walking up and down the prison courtyard, wearing a gloomy expression, sunk in deep meditation, like a man trying to recollect something which he had long forgotten. He was entered on the roll of prisoners as beyond the forgetful, but his fellow prisoner nicknamed him beyond the ground, because of his views against his court. No explaining, for all knew that nothing would be done, but was abuse will be worse. On this particular day, Ron Runaway was in a especially bad humor. The spring had arrived in the previous night. Mounds of snow formed the gray towers, which in winter were so hard that the prisoners couldn't use themselves by climbing on them, were now so cold as to sponge, and discharged dirty-looking liquids into the pools near them. The sky was so warm and bright, and the wind blew so softly, that a strange giddiness seized the old man, and the thick walls of the iron-barred windows seemed to him more hateful than ever. He was taken back to his cell, and he turned creaking at the door, felt as though something in his heart returned round with it, and his expression became more gloomy and more morose than ever. He looked at the door like a hunted wolf. He could only grip the warder's throat while he squeezed against the business. The convict went to the window and laid his hot face against the cold, rusty iron bars. He could not gaze long enough at the deep blue sky behind him, and drank the dark forests, wide fields, and majestic rivers rolling freely along. Just then a little cloud rose and hung motionless in space. Rosy lights passed over it, and its edges glowed like violet gold. The sun is setting, thought the prisoner, and lingered by the window till the little wandering clouds turned pale as lost in darkness, and the first star began to tremble in the sky. Yvonne the runaway went to sleep, but in dreams he heard the tops of the pines whispering, and the fir cones stalking in the soft soil of the forest. He heard invisible wings beating and the string fretting against the bald roots which barred its way to liberty. Part 2. The first thunderstorm, the harbinger of spring, had aroused the earth from her light slumber. At daybreak, the convicts were mustered outside the prison walls. Yvonne the forgetful, called out the warder, the list in his hand. The old convict sulkily took his place in the row. He scanned with a searching glance the weak-looking, undergrown soldiers of the escort, who in their ill-fitting gray cloaks looked almost deformed. Their bayonets gleamed in the sun as musket barrels were shot with blood and cloth. Loaded, said the old man to himself, and smiled significantly. It was on just such a spring morning in the previous year that blindly fired shots had rung out behind him. He remembered the warm scent of the earth on which he had then flung himself, as though he wished to be one with it, and then the deep, weird silence during which he seemed to hear incessantly soft, creaking footsteps behind him, and finally, for a time, freedom. But now, would he really have to recommence the hated, hard labor with which he had already been so familiar? The dark iron shaft yawned plainly up at his feet. Like mole holes, galleries round the rocks of earth. Here and there in the darkness glimmered the miners' lamps, and he heard the melancholy sound of monotonous, ceaseless hammering. The convicts were driven down into the subterranean darkness before sunrise, and only when the sun had sunk behind the blue mountains did they come up. So so that they never saw the ship or Avon. Ivan charged his neighbor with the railroad. Where do you come from? From a long way off, water. I expect to already run away once. The old man was a peculiar position, of course. Certainly I did not lie. You confess it on the night. You could confess it on Tuesday. What is your name? Ivan the Distant. If you like, I'll be the deer. What might be in you see this. Ivan's good humor increased perceptibly. What are you thinking of doing now? That would be seen soon enough. I've got 20 years. What, hard labor? She'll think I've been sensible to you. Well, it's only one, but we are similar. 2 days have passed. The river convicts and told us weary orders had not been long asleep in the prison which stood against the impenetrable wood. When the sentinel suddenly heard a strange noise. There was the sound of a human body falling on the ground once, twice, and then the crack of a chain. Dark mass floated towards the wood. The soldier aimed hastily. A flash cut across the darkness. The echoes of the shot broke the forest. A cry died low in the distance. Ivan the Distant is hit, said Ivan the Forgetful, and darted blindly forward to rampant and mysterious realm of the aged giant trees that towered like javelins in the darkness of the night. Shots of surprise echoed behind him. The wood seemed to grow alive. It clutched at him with hard, pointed hands. It seized his skirt, his coat, and dug sharp claws into his trembling body. It threw obstacles in his way so that he stumbled. It drew the ground from under his feet so that he fell into the depth. Wet grass sprinkled his face with dew. The ground was getting falling down deep, driven. He recovered from the shock and saw that his fall had been arrested by the projecting stump of a tree. He raised his head and listened. There was deep darkness and silence above him, and beneath him. Only from time to time he saw a faint reflection of a flash and heard the rolling echo of distant shots. Ivan climbed carefully, low down, crawled farther on, looking round him on all sides from the beast of prey, disregarding the pain of his torn hands and knees. It is all up with Ivan the Distant, he said to himself. He had no hope. And he crept on farther and farther, without knowing whither, into the impenetrable darkness of a warm, steady night. Part 3. Oh, bitter fear. With 1,000 tongues she struck the head. With 1,000 tones of color she greeted the fugitive everywhere. For 2 weeks he saw nothing overhead but the immense expanse of blue sky against which the branches of their reddish coconut blossoms showed in delicate relief. It seemed as if there were no such things in the world as gloomy walls and rusty prison bars. Only in his dreams at times the fugitive still heard the clanking of chains and the rapid of locks. Then he awoke in terror to see above him the starry sky of the night and the waving pine tops. He would lie for hours without moving, listening to the solemn sound of the wind roaring through the forest. Oh, bitter fear. He did not know how many versts he was from the great highway along which he had been driven together with the whole herd of prisoners. At first he had come across clearings and settlements in the forest, seen smoking chimneys from a distance, and made a wide detour. It was only at night he ventured into the neighborhood of human dwellings, looking out like a wild animal, see if he could trample in and get some bread without waking the dogs. On one occasion, hunger drove him into a cottage, in the window of which he had seen the candle burn. An old woman was carried back on the hearth, paralyzed by fever, and began to tremble all over. What wonder? Who did not know that a sign of the conflict was back? He tried to speak gently, but all fear looked for it, found the custard bread and drank some water. He saw her just apology and asked, "You got no more bread?" Then the old woman recovered herself a little. "Go," she said. "Tomorrow I will take some more." "Shall I take your last piece?" he said. Left the crust lying on the table and departed. Another day he had a hunter in the forest who followed him and passed him with an ordinary greeting, and not allowed him to point his gun at him. When the cloud came before Ivan's eyes, he rushed to the stranger and pulled it down. His breath was soon choked out of him, and no one knew how long his father lay in the forest, for the wolf knew. He had brought the dead on himself, and he glad and really was not in the dark, now for notions. He also had guns to make himself his wild beasts. His hair was longer, and he go on a beating way. Oh, his conscience was silent, no recollection of the blood which had shed straight over him, or his good friend was found trouble with him, the trouble of each friend. It had always been the old battle on the first wings. He had grown up hunting down his dog, marked for pistols and kicks, received liberty and old blows, and when hunger broke his heel, received more blows. In the house of correction, preached spoken of the sufferings of Christ, repented, listened to the word, turned to the cell, Christ was gracious to sinners. Who was ever more gracious to me? After he had shed blood once, the soul was given to make covenant with the blood first. He became unhappy and escaped from prison with good, no longer at home. Since then, his eyebrows were closely contracted over his little eyes. He was still very hateful as the whole world, the old law, and some good forest. Remember the mountains, he felt no regret. Still farther and farther above the trees that started to be trucks. The roof burned the light over which his footprints that were straightened here and there pointed to the fields and virgin grass fields. The squirrel had already ventured out for long nests in the sunshine, straying briskly and quietly in the vanished range, so that he made fun of the old man. The sky sent down soft spring showers which were breaking from his windows, or expanded itself in blue spray, as though the morning hurricane loosened. Ivan wandered into the darkened woods, where noisy rivers screamed out on all sides, and the perpetual shadow of the snow stood inviting to touch. The barn was ringing, the loud and foaming, level with the tides screaming. Oh, goodness! His power couldn't find shelter at window. He would bring himself down when he arrived, toss his hands under his head, and looked up at the sky, with his eyes strove for themselves. The wolf was at bay, swallowed by the iron refuge began to eat it. No one detected it, but guessed who it was. And the primeval forest seemed bloody deserted, though tree bore the mark of an axe and of a good arrow. Here a black scorched pine tree was blasted by lightning. There a cave was probably tangled with its naked branches, collapsed in sheer old age. This solitude was proclaimed by no one spoken. It was evil indeed. Only now and then you could count the wild animals. Once the bear came within gunshot, the old man stared at the light. The bear must be getting now, he thought. Your skin was loose or something. Come again, brother. And he shouted at me almost like a German voice that he trotted on, his tail tapping. Sometimes Was he not indeed like a wolf when rampant, cowering under fires he made? You gazed for hours at the red glowing embers, the flaming roars, preying upon the dark sky, so that you would make yourselves free. The fresh moisture crackled from the new clouds of blue furnace smoke. The vulture trunk over which the smoke spreads contracted itself as though in spasm. It might fail that mission of fire. Some great man yelled overhead, angry and conscious, but he too was very transparent. He was overtired of this wilderness, of those creatures whose howls swayed and thrilled his heart. The darkness seemed to press from all sides. The fire drifted through the very pine trunks to the ruined face behind it. It listened. The end of part 3. Recorded by Kevin Davis. www.marvel.com. Beyond the roadway wandering farther through the dark forests, over waste silent stretches of land, and long moors with the steppe left behind it through the cold pools of the spongy ground, and where the wildfowl gathered in the mossy hills and chattered cheerfully in the sunshine. At last he came across traces of human existence. It was true that from the pine tree which he had climbed up he could perceive that the living ground played in the woods, evil conjures bruised the dull slope, but it was such a clear day that the mosquitoes ran between the hillocks, shot lightly and dazzled his eyes, which were accustomed to the darkness of the forest. But yet it was pretty scene for the end. A purple yellow road wound in a broad section around the moor. The ruts left a McCarthy over the trees crossed each other indistinctly, but no green leaves and ground to dry flowers or refuse dust. Probably the road itself a tree had a unforgiving sound for hours in this tree, while hearing in the distance the creaking of the undertaker's axle as it started. From the road there flashed on the path which seemed to lead to the village. The dawn was hardly entirely clouded with gloom. The candle had signaled that he would venture into the village to find bread. But the poplar and other trunks about the ruined buildings encircled the castle. He withdrew his dignified way, knowing that he could find his calling in his action elsewhere, and leave to take thought for the future. One eye was on a corner, but very far away. "Hold on," he said, reassuring himself. "Where do you go? Show me something." He was in the dark, just as the wolf tooted every weapon careless as he wanted to find mistake into the village. At last he determined to go on quite slowly, so as to reach the village under cover of the approaching darkness. With this idea, he turned into the path which wound in central fashion through the moor, sometimes diving into ravines, sometimes emerging in the clear sunshine. Here and there stumps of trees bearing the fresh marks of an axe, and black abandoned fireplaces, whose ashes had not yet been quite blown away, showed that men at work had rested here. The wanderer also thought he often heard human voices, but when he held his breath to listen, he always found it had been the deceptive cry of a bird. The day came to an end. The golden radiance of the sun had settled behind the distant hills grew pale, and the first stars glimmered in the dusky sky. Ivan strode diagonally forwards through the white rising mists, out of which single branches of trees projected, beckoning to him like long lean arms, till he reached the copse with dry mossy ground, which seemed admirably adapted to furnish him with a sleeping place for the night. He collected a bundle of twigs together and struck a light, but in the act of raising his hand, he stopped. What was that? Was there not a sound from the wood like a child's crying? For a moment a cold thrill passed through him. Those stories occurred to him, but he was too intimately familiar with the life of the forest to be seriously alarmed. After a short pause, the cry began again. Hello, who's there? Is there anyone? Ivan shouted as loud as he could. His voice aroused the sleeping wood. Squirrels rustled among the branches. A stalk of birds flapped their wings. But everything was again perfectly silent. Nor could the sound of cries be heard before. Ivan again turned into the path. Must be a woman or a child, he thought, right close to it. He peered with keen eyes through the darkness and moved noiselessly forward in order not to frighten the deeper. Now he heard the sound of sobbing more distinctly. It was a child. But how had a child got here? The moon had risen and threw an uncertain light on the ground. In addition, on the side of it lay something white. It was a skeleton of a horse which had been devoured by wolves. Near it was rustling some creature which moved off at the convict's approach, first crawling, then full speed. Ivan Miron asked in a low voice. It was said, a little softly, sounded answer. Oh, I'm frightened. Mother, mother. The moon now showed distinctly, a little cleared in the wood. At the edge of it lay a woman's figure stretched out at full length. The wide open eyes stared fixedly at the sky. No breath moved the rags which covered her breast. From under her wretched dress projected the gleaming, clay-worn feet. Near her lay a large, living creature clung to the motionless body and tried to raise it. What are you doing there? The old man, in a hoarse voice. Oh, I'm so frightened, so frightened, sobbed the child. A little ragged girl lifted her pale face to the conflict, and then, seized with alarm, tried to hide herself again in the mother's clothing. Ivan touched the woman's ice-cold forehead. What is your name? He asked. Have you? Whispered the child, not letting go of the body. Have you been here long? I do not know. Oh, I'm so frightened. Was the sun still hot when your mother fell down? Yes, grandfather. Ivan stepped to one side and piled up a heap of dry twigs, which he set on fire. The merry flames lifted in red tongues to the wages. Go warm yourself, said the old man, speaking abruptly as he bored the child. Look, and mother, that mother wretch, he said. The firelight playing on the face of the dead woman had blended the ghostly semblance of life. Convict sat by the fire, buried in his thoughts. Perhaps he also was somewhere in the forest, by the roadside, listening. The thought was not even cold-blooded, and himself, big, and then afraid, turned his back on the storm over the rock. And yet he felt blue, the sight was strange to him. The way they were sympathetic, the way he found motion to breathe his last. Yes, he growled to himself. I heard them approach the fire timidly and stared straight at him. Perhaps the rapidly increasing darkness alarmed her, for she came nearer beyond his absorbing. Suddenly, with her little hand, she seized his finger and held it fast. Well, long, growled involuntarily, laying his free hand on her chin. What do we do? And Yuka raised her clear little eyes. For the first time, a human being looking at the thief and murderer trustfully. Sorry, I don't know, he said after that. And for the first time, something strange entered his eyes and rolled more drops into his gray, bristly beard. Quite funny. The amount of runaway became very unusual smell that kept him straight. He contented himself with food, pine branches, and stones that covered the body of the criminal. The little girl first wanted to hold his hands, but at his sharply moved, he crept into a ditch, and remained there crying bitterly while he finished his work. Well, he cried. He asked, and her dead. She won't come back. How could she be dead? Have you ever seen anyone die? Oh, yes, Uncle Absalom. God took for himself. Well, God has taken because for himself. I've seen one. There's also the great horse. Child, God took him too. Who will he take me? The old man looked long at the child. Something like pity stirred him. But he knew this was what he said to him. But what shall I do without mother? She can't tell the secret of the living hand. Don't be afraid, I will stay with you. No one will touch you. I have a gun. The old man picked up two slender sticks, tied them together with a strip of birch bark so as to make a rude cross. Now your mother's grave is finished. With a prayer I give her. If you look up, I will have a prayer. Mother never taught me. I can only say, would you keep some bread for Jesus' sake? Have you ever been in church? No, Mother and I, we always want the church to go and people came out and cried. Good people, give us bread for Jesus' sake. We have eaten nothing for 2 days. Well then, God can ask nothing more before then. Said Yvonne in a more friendly tone and stroked him. He will be tolerant. Cross yourself and kiss this cross. That's right. And now say, Lord, have mercy on the poor soul. Lord, have mercy on the poor soul. The child repeated. Now, let us go. We have no time to order. It was not believing that Yvonne carried the tired Chavez on our bridge through the village. We waited until it was dark. The light showed in the windows, as though they sent him to feed them. The dogs grazed and fished through the noise. Anita, who had been sitting nestled next to his cheek, started to fight again and cry. He told her heart to be quiet and approached the last cottage in the village and stood near the door. What is coming? Is it raging? Asked a woman's voice. He quickly bent behind her. I'm hardly carrying her. Woman and child. Ruth was dead. He had soft on the shoulder. The woman who had worked with him did not. Come in. Don't take the children like that. We can't help ourselves. Bad money. Chance of buying anything. The child was not tired in his work. Well, she what should I do, children? Make my way. My mother died in the forest. We found her before the wolf came. I'm someone to adopt her. Start helping me. That we can adopt her. We ourselves have very little to do with one. We must be walking right here at the things on this year's time. No one can compare with the village. But the rock was not at all bestowed. We'll be here to the child Lord. With the way that since God has sent the mothers and the maiden, we will not come to the forest. We promise not to be afraid to hear howling the most in the woods. If you are looking for your mother, don't be afraid. You have a gun to shoot all the wolves dead. As the child chattered, the old man sulked his face and still dividing his expression. Then he looked upon the farm. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogguy.com. The forest was silent. An atmosphere of church-like stillness brooded round every branch and tree. It seemed as if in the azure heights of the sky, solemn mystery being performed, and the earth lay silent in solemn awe. The birds were hidden in the bushes, and not a squirrel could be seen. The heat penetrated even the shady parts of the wood. It was cool only in the ravines, where scanty rivulets trickled over the sandy ground and conjured forth a green cloud of silent, shooting grass. The profusion of flowers, red, yellow, white, blue, on the slopes, they arranged themselves like most fantastic monsters, crouching together in great groups, or climbing the hills singing. Some seemed to stretch themselves as though with curiosity on the swaying stems. Others hung their heads blankly. The wild rose opened its first blossoms like thirsty red lips which could not breathe in the air with him. Yvonne wrinkled his brow in silence. He's Johnny the boss, she. There's no one to beat one. They run the baby, she said readily, and cursed down the boss. Grandfather's magic every day. Yvonne's face became still moving. Who has cursed the grandmother? Has God done it? They burn in hell. The old man's face with a child ruffled hair. And God protects you from them. They are worse than wild animals. An animal will be satisfied with a person. They broke off, stared at the fire. No, what do they do? Child goes to the keen curiosity. Grandfather, what do they do? They do this. Yeah. Get away, or I shall get you. What nonsense. He pushed the child violently to one side. The poor bird threw all her hands and completely altered the grinning twilight. In the sunken eyes that glowed and brilliant spark, his gray hairs glistened, his face twitched to the pulse. His breast heaved with a rattling sound. His hand was clenched as though to strike. The youth stared back with wild terror. Even the baby bear was alarmed and slumped into the hut with its tail between his legs. Iran stood for a long while motionless. Then he sat down silently by the fire and started up. Cursed. Cursed. He murmured to himself. Who has cursed them? God pardons sinners, they say. Come, he said quickly to the recliner. Sit down here, it's all right. What do you mean? Ivan bent forward over the fire. The past will not let itself be buried, he thought. Why must I fight with an innocent creature too? But again his memory stung him, and he cried in a new outburst of rage. Who dares curse me? Hard-hearted. And says all night. And the frightened cried, the child is still trembling. You say you love grandfather? So come here. But and you just stared hard at him. Did not move. Look at the nice suit, he said resentfully, and recovered his self-control. We will take the fowl out by its legs. She'll have a special privilege to lie on the grass over the school. Else she'll run you out. And you approached with visible distrust. Why are you afraid, you simpleton? Bring our stones. Oh, you stupid thing. Have I ever hurt you? You was so gentle, quite like a good man. Oh, that was only a joke. I wanted to show you what wicked men look like. You always ask me to play wolf. So now I play tag man. I'm not so frightened with the wolf in the bed. Ah, child. One must sympathize with them. Do you think it is easy to be mad? Lord, make them hard enough. They must suffer much. It is not really their own accord that they see into your mighty throat. They say that God hears children's prayers. Pray for them. Oh God, have mercy on the wicked man. The would need no one to pray for them. They're safe in the night. End of part 7. Recording by Kevin Davis. www.bloggerthan.com. Part 8. Such fits of excitement grew ever rarer with Iran. As the summer advanced, the convict became quiet. Whenever he watched a youth playing with their mischievous playfellow, or listened to the melancholy call of birds, or sat by the blazing fire, curled like a cloud of smoother, made comfortable drowsiness lull his wild instincts to rest. He had become quite a different man from what he was when he first escaped. But his dreams at night often transported him back to the damp prison cell, or he saw himself again walking with the file of prisoners on the apparently endless high road, heard the familiar calls of the warders in the cold winter air, and felt the heavy butt end of the musket ball of his bowed back. On such occasions, when he awoke, it was a long time before the quiet breathing of that youthful and the bear's peaceful storm restored him to generally spent the remainder of such items bearskin outside the narrow hut, enjoying the consciousness of freedom that came from the balmy coolness of the forest and the distant murmur of the stream. The next day he was generally, and especially good humored, played with it, and listened to the thousand voices which the primeval forest revealed to him in secrets. He never thought of them all. His adventurous and uncertain gypsy life had caught his prize today. So long as the sun shone, the pot boiled merrily on the fire, and his child laughed and clapped her hands. What more did he need? And what could the obscure future bring him? But at the best, successions of similar days, and at worst, redundant and banal. But in August there came a bad time. Clouds almost touched the tops of the forest giants, on whose bark the rain trickled down in large cold drops. The birds were silent, and the bees stretched their lairs. Little Bear rolled himself up with his skin and growled tentatively. The old man and the child sat huddled close together in the dry hush, whispering to the accompanied of the howling wind of the forest behind them. But when the blackberries are ripe, the bushes come from everything. How can't you imagine? He promised the delighted child. What were you doing? I don't have time to get to them. But they're not allergic to flying. Bushes don't have fuses, do they? Grandmother? Little woodland came, listening eagerly. You're a good child. We've come to grandfather to have a birthday cage. The child laughed aloud and clapped her hands. But grandfather, you not a bird. There's another kind of cage. She's not for birds. Ah, what you wouldn't check about it. Presently the sun shone again and was cheerful in the forest. The days passed monotonously but happily. Gradually the nights began to grow cold. In the evenings the sun no longer sank in a golden mist, but glowed with an angry red, descended constantly more often, surrounded by thick clouds, through which it looked out like blood-stained behind. Yvonne enlarged the hut. The evening the environment closed the door carefully and watched as the tubers were dissipated. But in spite of all, three, the old man and the child and the bear, had toward morning nestled close together in order not to be frozen. And usually it was much alone that became tired of solitude, and Yvonne spent whole days hunting. Mishka, you heard grandfather shooting? She would ask the bear with the dull sound of a distant shot ringing through their ears. Great Jane would take me to Mishka. His fur had become particularly shaggy or yippy, and often disappeared in the forest in order to hunt his daughter down. When he came home, the Gordon did not feel it. He showed no inclination to play way down the street. Once the girl reached about him in the slumber of the seasons of 100 years, the creature uttered a loud roar, reared on his hind legs, sharp as a needle. When the unsuspecting child stretched out her hand, laughing at the words of the doctor, later, she was suddenly struck down by a blow from his arms. He, Ron found his head and scratched and touched strong bushy. The chastisement sounded very scary. Like the sudden bushes and tears. Tried to the next morning, Ron was found broken. The bear had vanished. But not until 2 days after suspicion had appeared again, his mind was on his scent, and approached the hut hesitatingly. When he saw his master standing on the threshold, he sat down and sucked his palm and looked rather frantic. Come on, Mishka. Ron called him. That's on your way home, laughing. Mishka, who had reached the end, turned around and trotted away without him. Joe called. Well, I was born and raised in the tradition of Pennsylvania. When they find don't know how to do it. The leaves of the birds turn yellow and they will look at the scratch with the cup. Their leaves tremble as the velvet rolls, combined with feathers quite waving them off into the air before they sank into their future in the colorless grass. there with the business, which was called the body, supposed to pray all the time. Jesus and all the saints, yet still there, held by every day, his eyes closed. Then he took him and tried to unexpected him. The beast was already preparing to play the victim in the most approved bear fashion, with the skull downwards. The black light glared in his eyes. Master Bruin's mind became suddenly confused. He did not pause to investigate, but rose at once and trotted away as fast as his feet could carry him. Grandfather, oh grandfather, cried the child, lamenting as she threw herself on his prostrate body. Driven by fear for him, she had appeared with the burning flame-torch just in time to save her benefactor. Ivan awoke from his swoon. Water, water, he gasped hoarsely. Before his eyes there danced fiery sparks. His breast felt terribly constricted. He eagerly drained the cup as the child reached for him, and he rose painfully and limped, leaning on his gun to the hut, where, covered up warmly by Anuta, fell into a death-like slumber. He awoke feeling tired and sick. There was buzzing in his head. One leg was badly injured. The bear's claws left deep marks on his back. "We can't do anything today, called Anuta. I remain quiet today, perhaps again tomorrow." But the next day came, and the second, and the third. There was no possibility of thinking of work. Not till a week had passed did he rise from his bed. When he came out of the hut, uttering a cry of surprise, the red and yellow leaves still hung on the trees, but a thin cover of the snow lay over the whole face of the clearing. In the air, the snowflakes crossed, whirled in mud confusion. Wind had brought out his corpse walk over them. End of part 9. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.barberguy.com. All that remained of the convict of his brief summer happiness was Anuta. As he lay in his bed of soft skins, his burning eyes never left the child. The unfortunate man suffered severely. In the first shock, he had not been able to judge distinctly how serious the bear injury. The deep wound in his shoulder would not heal, although Anuta had learned how to wash and bandage it daily. It was soon accompanied by fever. Meanwhile, time went on remorselessly. The winter regularly settled in, and the rude hut no longer afforded sufficient shelter. One day, Ivan dragged himself on all fours into the open, and with endless trouble began to plaster the hut outside with earth. Within, he dug a hollow in the ground, and with the help of a pole made a hole in the roof, which could be closed with a small board. The fireplace was then ready. With a little girl. In his illness, the old man had become especially gentle towards the orphan. "Now you must look after me. My little housekeeper, light the fire, boil the water. Thank God we have enough bread, wood, meal. Put a couple of handfuls in a little soup, sliced potatoes. It'll be quite tasty. They're on the catch hares. Peasants are not allowed to eat hares. We are foresters. And that's nothing to do with us. So you can leave the fire, cook the soup, brought the fresh wood to the roof, and the fire burned up. She clambered on the roof and closed the door. The chimney, as the rock called it, so that the rain could not warm the hut. Like sitting in the little job and all the ground covered with snow. And he asked in a way of caution, "How will you let me die so late in the village? By the accidents of the trucks as far as the time it was struck by lightning. You are sharply narrow. And then under the reed of the birch tree when you have made the sign of the cross. They followed the notches to the river, but then when they see the nation, Yvonne became easier one night. His protege was not be lost, but in case of need, could fetch help on himself. But he continued in a weak state. One day when he felt no longer fair to himself, he dragged himself, running hand as far as the edge of the cliff, only to sink down exhausted, shaking with fever, and for some time returning home. A new moon ran up his right, saw all was not right. He threw off his fur coat over the top of the hill beside him, delirious eyes. I will not go behind the iron bars here. I'm innocent, Your Honor. I promised the old man. I said to nothing. Now, if they believe that of me, indeed, I deserve it. Look out for you now. His voice sang to a monkey or no wisdom. You have many advances in him, comrade. The hour comes that you must be ready. Take off the plank and dollars. See the sentry. Straight on the shoulder and throttle him until he is not stirred. Serve tonight. Don't sentence him. Time served until the evening. Ask for yourself. At last, he fell into a large stone bird with the weight of his coming. Have I frightened you, my gentlemen? I'm very ill. You have much trouble. Wait, I'm well again without a job tonight. The weeks passed. The Yvonne did not get up. He was quite emaciated, and his dark eyes were sunken still more deeply in their sockets under the bushy white eyebrows. Fortunately, the wind was mild. There was not much snow, and you can have still some bread and meal. There is only a hard consequence tomorrow, and you too pay attention. I will go tomorrow to the village. So I will send Andrushka myself and speak to your line ready. The steps took all the way. The next day, the tender and good child had started. A half an hour afterwards, he knocked at the door and put something there and stayed with exhaustion. You can't do it. Betty can't. He said as though in apology. There's no more power in the house. I can't stand up tomorrow, you must know. You're not afraid? No, grandfather. Only look at the bears. The bears are now asleep in their holes. You little stupid, and suck their paws. There are no wolves to be hurt just now. There's nothing more for them. Therefore, they are gone near the villages. Otherwise, we would hear them out. The old man had tears in his eyes when I knew that got herself ready next morning for the journey. Such a tiny thing quite belongs to the forest, he murmured to himself. Tell us our bring a sack of meal, 2 large loaves of bread, and some barley. Say that grandmother has all kinds of fine things ready for me. But mind you don't try to come home one night. Stay with Aunt Mirza, and he will bring them to study in the morning. Tell him that I'm ill. They're as all not forever. Understand? Yes, like you thought, grandmother. His only foolishness. And what trouble. Well, go. I'm certain. Listen. Whatever you feel like, you'll slip. The child struck. The old man, even though the thing followed her with his eyes. She soon escaped the fear. And then we could have moved. Under the gigantic tree, she moved up the ridge. Now she turned to the back. His eyes with tears and soon up and down. Part 11. The forest was rich with the bark of cattle. Under the wintry veil of this tree, the thorns were slumber, and all the treetops waved like brushed stone. The sky was covered with gray clouds, earth and snow, which in the stillness gave out a light crackling sound that made her need speak. She tried once or twice to sing, and then the silence and the darkness of time sobered her with the sense of weird mystery. She tried to tread as lightly as possible in order not to wake the little trees that had left out of their slumbers. What might not be hidden under these snow-laden branches which almost touched the ground? How terrible it would be if it the fact that she could not define for herself what the it was made it all the more vulnerable. And now she heard a low moan at the bottom of the ravine. Perhaps it was a brook. But it, she did not think thought out, but hastened forward, stumbling and gliding. She looked alternately for the axe notches in the tree trunks in order not to lose her way. She also saw the sign of the cross on the birch half obliterated with snow. The child sat in the snow heap and looked across for the first time attentively. Round about it were visible what looked like footprints in the snow. Were they caused by the wind or an icy shudder ran through her? Fortunately, it occurred to her that they had no power by day, only when it out in the darkness. Yes, of course, it was they. How often had her mother, whom her grandfather had buried in the forest, told her that the souls of unbaptized children roamed about in the night. When such a child dies, the Lord does not take it himself. You do not belong to me, he says. Woe betide the person who is one of them. It weeps and sobs bitterly. If one takes it up, it seizes one's throat with its teeth. And Yuka sprang up and went quickly on. Again, the enchanted silence surrounded her. Again, the lofty, motionless trees looked at her as though they were astonished at the little intruder who disturbed their icy winter sleep. And Yuka, hungry, gnawed at the dry crust of bread as she went along. At the same time, she was so absorbed in her thoughts that she stumbled. She looked around. There before her spread a white flame, chimneys with houses taken from the village left in there. Behind her rose the unstill wall of wood. The main road ran close up to her, then, as though in sudden alarm, the sharp one saw. And you felt that for nothing in the world did she without knowledge. The wood from which she had happily emerged inspired her now with such fear that she began to run. Sped over the snowy plain like an arrow. The striking side brought her to a standstill. More rifles and long lances in her hands and guns slung across her back rode by the side of the sledge in which sat a scout. He looked very grand. His eyes had a multicolored collar, a cap with a band around it. She had only once seen the fine gentleman before, when she was begging to be under his hand. The joyful consciousness of having endured after the night was so close to her that she felt no embarrassment before his grandeur. Look at the child, the scout general said to her, who is before the fire. Oh, the Lord, uncle. Oh, that's possible. People do better than that. Oh, the father and I. You belong to the village. No, grandfather is not so far away. We found it because of the Lord. Wait, man, sledge. Soon struck it behind the road. They said there that he had not been seen this day. Of course, you know what grandfather's name. How should you? Yes, I thought so. She had to be but exactly what my name was. That ought to go to her. Yes, it is indeed. Said the child. After the down. You're joking. He is calling for us. That's it. My name is Yuka. That's just the best response. That's the official name of the house. Look out. Who does this? You made a threat to the two boys in the village. You shelter escape under. What is your grandfather? One. There in the woods. Yes, it's the very thing. He can run as well as down. Ah, you can't run away. Why should you run away? Exactly. This was the second time that the village. She had a little air behind her. What is it? Sit by my side. You like to help your grandfather. We will make it well. There is one who sees this wonderful time. This is grandfather. One you can hold on to the earth for a love. Because it's sunshine is walking along. Where is love? It's going on. It will be fine. Let's talk to the sorrow days. Yes, just what you do. Yes, certainly you will not lose it. And you will clamber up on the rocks. Yes, it was the bell range, and the vine leading the sun.
$339 on that clock, Garfield. Four threes, 4-3 on that clock. Huh. You're changing up. $440, Garfield. $4.45 Garfield. $4.47 Garfield. That's delicious. That's delicious. He's a kitty. He's a kitty. Hungry kitty. Want some food? No, Garfield. No, enough. I don't think so. No. I said about going outside in the dark. I don't feel like it. Your dad actually wants to go back to bed big time. Yeah, eat your food. That's delicious, huh? He's a kitty. He's a kitty. Hungry kitties. Want some food? That's delicious. That's super good. That's just delicious. Because I can't stand when I'm trying to look through something and this kid's possessing me so he can look like the way he likes to look, which is down here like this because he's fucking, one of those people. Four by three Garfield. Garfield? What are you doing? Come here. Big mess maker. Big mess maker. You make messes. A lot of messes. I know you don't know what to do yourself. I do understand. I don't act like I understand. I understand. I love you. You go potty. You go and go in there. So you feel about that clock, Garfield? Damn it, Garfield. Garfield. Not cool. What was I saying last night? Remember? No. It's cool sometimes. Not when it's dark outside. I don't want to go outside when it's dark outside. You always want to go outside when it's dark outside. I don't want to bring outside when it's dark outside. That's when it's most dangerous, Garfield. Ask every one of these cats. Even though even if often Garfield, you think you can see better at night. Garfield. Garfield the cat. He's fucking powerful. Yeah, he's powerful. powerful too. Where you going in your litter box, dude? There you go, good boy. I'm talking about. There you go. There you go. Yeah. No, it's like that often. Yeah. Nowadays, different. Everywhere, huh? Everywhere. It can be. They're out. Right. But most people don't know shit about shit. And when you do, they think you're dumb. Like, oh, he's educated, huh? It's like, dude, just because I can't fix a fucking car doesn't mean I'm fucking retarded. And likely I can't fix a car. I just don't like to. I would even have to try. See me getting better than my friends do. Just try to blow motherfuckers up. Boom, boom, my car. Boom. Boom, 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 my car. Boom. That's like the modern man standard say how smart you are. It's like, how much you know about cars? I'm like, not much, dude. I don't really give a shit. How much you guys know about religion? Or even cosmology a little bit, you know what I mean? And why do you believe that about cosmology? Explain it to me. See, they're right and they're wrong, seemingly. The way it all comes together, huh? So when it's like that, it's like that. Little mind and matter thing, yeah. We don't even know it, do we, at the time? We just don't even know, do we? How much does mind matter? Seemingly a lot. Yeah, seemingly mind matters a lot. And matter minds quite a bit. Can't stand this fuckers. No. This is the other thing. I'm like, guys, shut the fuck up. Oh, it's about broom my car. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about your car. Yes. Often, guys, often. I care about cars. You know what I mean? Five Boy Garfield. Yeah, a bunch of crazy bullshit, as they think, mostly, huh? Bunch of crazy bullshit. That's all I can tell. I believe a bunch of crazy bullshit. They're like, no, science said this. And I'm like, science can never say that. That's what you assumed. Oh, this part. I think it's really irritating. And so they laugh their butts off in their house. They're not even very far away. They're right over fucking there. And they're trying to kill me. And I know it.